Hello with Stockton Rush, and there will be people that are seeing a rerun of this. There will be people that are seeing this live right now. And last night we talked about many different things. We talked about the psychology about Rush and different things about him, and the ship imploding, and what caused it and how it worked. It was very interesting. We went down to some other topics as well. Very good, very interesting. And I'm going to wait a little bit for people to come through if they come through. If not, I'll just proceed with this and people can see reruns of this. And yeah, so all over the news, things are coming out about Rush and how OceanGate is stopped their usual expeditions. So they're planning on different dives down to the Titanic and other things, other shipwrecks, and they decided they're not going to do it anymore. That was something I covered yesterday. And now what they're doing is we're going to be talking about different things about him. So, moving on, I'm going to go over here, this other page. I went down to, and I am going to get to the other parts in a moment. So as you can see here, you got the wreckage, and this is the Titan, and we were talking about before how it's very oddly made. It's very oddly made, and it doesn't really, look like it worked out too well. That's what I think. And Mary, he went to college for aviation. He did things with like flying airplanes, and he also worked at McDonald's, but he was not educated in the realm of submersibles. That's the thing about him. Right. And yeah, so that's the sub, and I was talking to other people about this. And this is the Titanic and the Titan. Their fates are both linked together now. And now I will get down to the article. I'll present it and go through it as we wait others to come if they come. See. Alright. So this article says, OceanGate CEO said glue holding Titanic sub together was like peanut butter. Because yesterday I was talking to chat about how Rush was using glue, and this clearly shows that he was basically using glue to put his thing together. The Titan, it's absolutely absurd what he was doing. And now I will go here and let's look at this video. And I could replay this throughout the stream as other people come through if they want to see this. So here we go. I'll look at this for a moment. It's loading an ad. Like when you have ads and they don't load. It's funny. Has this happened to y'all? Have y'all been looking, when you look at something and then it just freezes up? It's funny.
Welcome to Humana Dental. Great oral health is critical to your overall health, and Humana Dental makes it easy and affordable to get the
Some ads are unreasonable. That's what I think about ads. Sometimes ads are good, but sometimes the ads can be unreasonable sometimes. I'll be very interested to see the coverage of what they have to say here. And yeah, so anyway, I think that, alright, now that's over. Let's go here. Okay.
I am?
Yes.
Looks like it.
Now you're going north.
Oh my god.
And Scott is like, oh no, we have a problem.
When I'm thrusting forward, one of the thrusters is thrusting backwards right now. So the only thing I can do right now is a 360.
You know, I was thinking, we're not going to make it.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, so the people, you know, they trusted him, and it didn't work. It's foolish that they did that, and I will go, as I go on in the video, I will talk about that. And basically, yeah, I think that these people, as I said yesterday, that they were kind of like brainwashed into doing this. They were swayed by him. You know, do something real quick. Alright, let's see. All right. So anyway, yes, and Mary, yeah, as I said the other day, the people, they trusted him because, you know, building and how the Rush was very good. Stockton was very good at swaying them into doing this. They were very good at it, at getting them to, and they were just, they didn't read the fine print. That's the problem with them. And in some of the other videos I'll play, they just shows how the people, they weren't able to, you know, decipher that. Alright. Oh. Oh, there's no. There's something going on here. Hey, SC Wolverines. Good to see you. Yeah, so hopefully this connection. Alright. Because there is something going on, but okay, so in chat you can tell me if there's any connection issues. Yeah, so hey SC Wolverines, nice to see you. I was just the connection may have been a little bit glitchy, but it looks like it's maybe working now. Yeah, SC Wolverines, I'm doing pretty good. I had a nice evening and doing things with the cats and stuff. Yeah, shout out the chat. Yeah, so now, so SC Wolverines, I'm talking about how Stockton, how he used the Ocean Gates, how the CEO, how they had the Titanic submarine glued together, and it was like peanut butter, and how ridiculous it was. That's what I'm talking about now. And I'm going to go through different videos as the night goes on. So now I will proceed to read this. So, Stockton Rush, the CEO of OceanGate Expeditions, whose submarine imploded during a trip to see the wreckage of the Titanic once described the glue holding the vessel together as similar to peanut butter. You see, people didn't read the fine print about him, so this is more into the peanut butter situation and how his submersible worked. News of the sub dominated headlines for days last month after the vessel went missing during its dive. The remnants of the Titanic, ultimately all 5 individuals on board, including Mr. Rush, died when the pressure of the deep ocean caused it to implode. So this is another glitch, another problem with the submersible, how it was basically constructed out of glue. And how are you, SC Wolverines? How is everything going with you? In a 2018 video posted to OceanGate's YouTube channel, Mr. Rush can be heard describing the glue used to hold the carbon fiber submersible structure together like peanut butter, saying it was pretty simple and thicker than Elmer's glue. Because I was thinking, like a joke, it's like this dude, he has his Elmer's glue. That's basically what this guy's like. And he literally is comparing it to Elmer's glue. Like peanut butter, saying it was pretty simple and thicker than Elmer's glue. Well, that's an improvement. It's like Elmer's glue is going to be jealous at him. It's going to be very envious of him. Nice SC Wolverines. Nice. And the news of the sub dominated the headlines. And as we know, because this ridiculous thing was going on. Oh, SC Wolverines, I didn't know that. I understand. And the next part is in a 2018 video posted to OceanGate's YouTube channel. Mr. Rush can be heard describing the glue used to hold the carbon fiber submersible as structured together like peanut butter, saying, yeah, it was pretty similar, thicker than Elmer's glue. I just read that. I just read that. I forgot to scroll down because it must be the stuff in the spaceship must be getting to me. And let's see chat real quick. And everybody that's watching a rerun of this, so basically Rush is using glue to glue his submersible together that's going to go down deeper than any military submarine or anything like that. And he's using something that's thicker than Elmer's glue. And before this, I just kind of looked at some Titanic pictures briefly. So, and I may repeat this story throughout the stream for reference. But yeah, so basically, to catch everybody up, watching a rerun, that's what I just covered, and now I'm going to see what chat has to say. And I'm well, thank you. Been editing all day. Got a good video coming out soon, discussing World 3. Well, that's good, SC Wolverines. I'm going to be really looking forward to seeing that video when it comes out. That's good you're doing that. Off topic for a second. I am going to do some more of those horror stories. Those are like those alien stories. I'm going to do more of them over the next week and upload them. It's been a while since I've done the other videos. Glad to have all you here and those that are going to be watching this in the future. And now we're going to see the next part of this. He was overseeing the bonding of the sub's titanium ring and carbon fiber hull in the video, according to the insider. So since he was overseeing it, it had to have gone pretty well. Yeah, but it didn't go well. So he's using all this thick Elmer's glue to put his thing together. It's absolutely absurd. Yes, Mary. Yes, that's definitely uh, something that could be going on. That's what I think personally. Also, yeah, SC Wolverines. I'm not. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, and you could be a little bit more clear about what you mean exactly. I appreciate it. Yes, and I see what you mean, but you could explain a little bit more to make sure that I know what you are talking about. And elsewhere in the video, Mr. Rush admits that if we mess it up, there's not a lot of room for recovery. So he admits that there would be a problem. Yes, if everything went downhill. The admission is especially morbid, as more information has come to light since the Voyagers were killed, showing that experts and former OceanGate employees had warned Mr. Rush of safety issues with the submersible. And David Lockridge reportedly emailed his associate at the company, Rob McCallum, who also left over safety concerns to share his worry that Mr. Rush would get himself and others killed to quest the satellite, his ego. So people that knew this guy, the guy that they fired, the OceanGate fired, he thought that the CEO had an ego issue. Nothing wrong with confidence, but this guy was taking it too far. And thank you, SC Wolverines. I'm glad that you like the stories. And I'll check out the link you sent me after I get through this. Yeah, I'll get to it, SC Wolverines. Thank you. I'm glad to check it out. I don't want to be seen as a tattletale, but I'm so worried he kills himself and others in the quest to boost his ego, Mr. Lockridge said in the email. And according to the New Yorker, so in many different news articles, he's seen that his ego was causing his problem. Alright. And that's Rush. Goofy Rush. While court records show Mr. Lockridge found numerous red flags during an inspection of the sub, his most serious concern was with the carbon fiber material used to make the hull. Yeah, because the carbon fiber, everybody knows and is going and ranting about it, including myself, that just wasn't going to work. The material is not typical for use in diving vessels and was not tested at extreme pressures the sub would have to endure to reach the Titanic wreckage. Mr. Lockridge pushed for the vessel to be classified by a certification agency, recommending the American Bureau of Shipping, but those suggestions reportedly fell on deaf ears. I saw recently today, actually, that James Cameron was saying about how he felt that the reason why they didn't get it inspected is because they knew it would fail inspection. Mr. Rush never submitted the submersible for inspection and certification, citing innovation in publishing a blog post explaining why the vessel was not classed. While classing agencies are willing to pursue certification of new and innovative designs and ideas, they often have a multi-year approval cycle due to lack of pre-existing standards. Mr. Rush wrote on the blog, bringing an outside entity up to speed on everything innovation before it is put into real-world testing as anthemia to rapid innovation. The blog concludes by stating that classing is not sufficient to ensure safety. And that's it. Alright, and SE Wolverines, I'll get to the other link you sent me while I'm looking at articles. Alright, so there you have it, everybody. Stockton Rush is using the, what's it called? Glue, like peanut butter glue, to put his submersible together. Foolish. And now, I'm going to put up SE Wolverines, what he was saying. Alright. Alright. Now, getting into this from SE Wolverines' article. Now I'm going to go and post this. Alright, so everybody that is watching from the rerun or a audio version of this, I'm about to read another article from that SE Wolverines sent me, and I have it pinned in the chat. Ocean Gate suspends all operations following the Titanic submarine failure. Alright, this is interesting. The internet was abuzz several weeks back when the privately operated Ocean Gate Titan submersible went missing while exploring the wreckage of the Titanic. The U.S. Coast Guard later confirmed that the submarine was destroyed by a structural failure. They were kept on telling us it could have been an outage. It could have been they're running out of oxygen, but it was a structural failure, causing an instantaneous implosion. It was 19 minutes and then it imploded. Now, Ocean Gate has confirmed in the most subtle way possible that it's shutting down. Ah, that's news. That makes sense. And okay, the internet's acting funny. No, okay. It looks okay from my end, but okay. SE Wolverines, I see. It seems like it's working. On my end, it seems like it's working. There's this. Okay, SE Wolverines, but thank you for sending me the article, because on my end, it's the connection is excellent. I know, Mary. Athemia is a new one. I'm gonna look it up right now. Okay, athemia is the absence of emotion, morbid impassivity. And it's also a medicine, the absence of the thymus gland, suppression of secretion. So that's what that means. Alright, but yeah, it's something to look into. Ocean Gate had completed several previous deep-sea expeditions with the Titan. Remember, it went to Titanic 3 times. And in Stockton's defense, even if it wasn't going to work, and he didn't realize in the long run it wasn't going to work, he didn't look ahead. Basically with Stockton, he went there 3 times with it, and it went perfectly fine. So, and that's impressive. Very impressive. But still, It wasn't going to last forever, though. Mary, you didn't spell it incorrectly. It's fine. You did fine. Okay. Yeah, so I'll read it again. See if I read this before. Ocean Gate had completed several previous deep-sea explorations with the Titan, but the descent on June 18 would be its last. The sub carried Ocean Gate CEO Stockton Rush, along with 4 paying passengers. Contact was lost 1 hour and 45 minutes into the journey. At the same time, the sonar stations detected a loud bang. Rescue crews searched for days, but now it appears all 5 aboard were killed when the pressure hull failed. It's possible they never even knew there was a problem, but they actually did know there was a problem 19 minutes before, as the incredible pressure would have crushed everything inside the submersible in a fraction of a second. The company has been I don't know if that's what they mean, since the Coast Guard confirmed the destruction of the Titan, along with recovery of presumed human remains. Now OceanGate has updated its website with a notice announcing it has suspended all operations. The note is in a small red text and top to its contact information. OceanGate has suspended all exploration and commercial operation. The note reads, as of this posting, the site was still available, but its readability has tanked, and several pages describing the company's mission are broken. Yeah, this other YouTuber, Muda, he went on there. He's an Indian dude. He went on there to try to see what's going on, and a lot of the OceanGate's web pages are not working. You know, it's not working quite right. And their website has a lot of issues, and I wonder if even hackers are probably trying to penetrate it. Hello, Amanda. Okay, Amanda. I see. I was just talking, Amanda, a moment ago, more about the glue. I'll pause this and go back to this for a second. First I'm going to finish this and go to the other thing. But nice to see you, Amanda. And now to the next part. OceanGate was run by a businessman, engineer Rush, who was at the Logitech controller in his sub that day. Also aboard was an explorer, P.H. Narjaleh, and British billionaire, Hamish Harding, Pakistani billionaire, Shahzada Dawood, and Dawood's son, Solomon. Since the Titan's loss, reports have surfaced that OceanGate employees attempted to warn Rush of the danger to which he was exposing passengers. There were issues with the sub's windows being too weak for the depth, cables that would snag, and more. Rush reportedly fired the company's director of marine operations, David Lockridge, when he spoke up about the issue. It certainly sounds like OceanGate behaved neglectfully under Rush's leadership, but Rush himself is gone. The bereaved families of billionaires have massive resources at their disposal to file a lawsuit. And I remember there's a video I recently put out about how these people... No, I didn't put out a video. I researched a video that talks about the lawsuits that basically Amanda was curious. Yes, there still can be lawsuits against OceanGate for the loss of their family members, even if a waiver was signed, because the courts are not going to want to defend the company that caused all these deaths unnecessarily. They don't like defending people like that. So it's still likely that there's going to be some big lawsuits going on. That's funny, Mary. Well, what they're trying to do is come back up. They're trying to drop the anchors, not the anchors, but the sandbags, and go back up, not anchors. And Lockridge was the one that spoke up about this issue, and he was fired. And it certainly sounds like Ocean Gate, was behaving not good. It definitely was not doing this correctly. And the Ocean Gate company is in no doubt expecting to be hit hard in court, so ending operations might be the only thing left to do. Yeah. It's pretty much, with them. And because we were just talking about, in this previous article, that the Ocean Gate CEO was holding the Titanic sub together, and it was like a peanut butter. So, and he was saying in this article how the Ocean Gate, it's better than Elmer's glue. It's more thick. So that's an improvement. I thought he was using Elmer's glue, but he actually was using something thicker than Elmer's glue, so that's an improvement. He's not as foolish as we once thought. Because he says, the quote is, like peanut butter, saying it was pretty simple and thicker than Elmer's glue. So, maybe that's why it lasted 3 dives instead of 1.5. And basically how the vessel, it went missing. They didn't know where it went. And Rush was overseeing the bonding, of the hull, like I was saying previously in this article that I was reading. And the sub's titanium ring and carbon fiber hull, that was in the video. So in the Insider, which is a news outlet, and different news outlets were reporting that he was overseeing it being constructed, and he was very thrilled. He was watching him put glue on it, and he was just jumping for joy. And David Lockridge, he was the one they fired. So the points to take from this, everybody, is David Lockridge was the guy that was fired by Rush, and he did not think the carbon fiber hull was going to work. He did not think that the glue was good either, and it needed more certifications. So the reason why he was fired was because he saw the obvious. Other people have pointed out how, like myself, that he didn't want 50-year-old white men to work on it, and those 50-year-old white men would have seen that there was a problem. I would have seen that there was a problem. The Las Vegas father and sons thought there was a problem with it. So, yeah, he just wanted to get people that didn't know what they were talking about, or didn't know about this. Like if, there's a topic that I may not be too familiar with, and I would be ignorant about something. No, none of us know everything. As a joke, I know mostly everything. As a joke. But anyway, so these people just didn't know the one that went on board with him. They trusted him as an expert. There's some people that will trust the expert. And like the cracking and creaking is normal. So they just didn't know enough themselves to go in and say, this is not right. This thing's not built right. So it's a combination of different things. And, right. So, what do y'all think about how they're using glue for this? What chat thinks about that? And that's him. And Mr. Lockridge was saying how the sub was an accident waiting to happen. James Cameron was saying it might fail in the 7th dive, so he had more faith in it than what was possible. And they didn't basically want it reviewed. They didn't want people to... They didn't want to go through the long process of getting a good sub put together, and the company that builds subs, they didn't want to put that together either. So there was this company that could have built a sub for them, but they didn't want to go through the expense, and they didn't want to go through the regulations and stuff. they didn't want to go through different things that would have them do it properly. And so it's like, it's just too pride before the fall. Yes. And I think people, you gotta use your head. They just had a lot of overconfidence about it. And let's see. Since we're talking about the passengers, I'm going to play this video of this psychologist dude.
Name that.
And we're going to, let's see. This is about why this guy reviews about talking about why the people went onto the Doom sub. So this will answer the question.
What's the psychology of why those billionaires felt the urge to explore the depths of Titanic in what was clearly a doomed submersible, controlled by only one button?
We only have one button, that's it.
And a knockoff wireless PlayStation controller?
We run the whole thing with this game controller.
Come on! With Bluetooth connectivity issues?
This line is shit. They barely function, and especially the wireless never went.
Yeah, but because the military does use these controllers. They do, and that's good that they use that. But this thing was kind of cheap, and they were saying about how it doesn't really work as well as the other ones. But yeah, so he should have gotten a more expensive one of those. And let's see. Yeah, glue dissolves. Yeah, glue dissolves, doesn't it? Especially in salt water. I say it tested out in the ocean. Exactly. I totally agree, Amanda. And I'm going to look this up to be absolutely certain if it does that or not. Let's see. Glue. Alright. And yes. Yeah, so basically it's true. Yeah, it does dissolve. Amanda's correct. Hey, Dark Meta. Good to see you, man. Now, to catch everybody up that's watching, or me, after this.
Felt the urge to explore the depths of Titanic in what was clearly a doomed submersible, controlled by only one button.
We only have one button, that's it.
And a knockoff wireless PlayStation controller.
We run the whole thing with this game controller.
Come on! With Bluetooth connectivity issues?
This line is shit. They barely function, and especially the wireless never wants to connect.
In psychology, this is called having so much money and not knowing what to do with it syndrome. Okay, it's not actually named that, but this is popularly called affluenza or wealth fatigue. This term refers to those who have a sense of Bezos. Hiring local Sherpas to basically carry them up to the summit of Mount Everest, racing Ferraris on Formula One racetracks, or now exploring the depths of Titanic even though their submersible only had one tiny poorly designed window. Therefore they really couldn't even see Titanic in person, but mostly just on the computer screen in...
Exactly, so basically what the dude is saying, and I've researched this thing, so there's this big TV screen I have here, and they had that plastered to the back. And basically that's how they were able to get that done. They looked at it through a computer screen rather than looking at it directly through the other thing. Through the porthole, because the porthole was like a bathroom. Alright, now I'm going to continue the video now. Okay.
Sub.
Control screen here, our sonar screen here, and we can put any...
Yeah, that thing. That's basically what they're looking at it through. Yeah, Amanda. That's good. Yes. I also don't have that problem.
Which we want in the back.
The seating configuration in practice. Passengers on the floor.
It's like a can of sardines. It's a trash can, the hot water heater of sardines.
foot.
Squeeze into Titan for each dive and view the wreckage on these monitors.
Those who do these risky adventures may tell you it's for the thrill of the adventure, to test their physical and mental limits, to push the limits of humanity. But it seems to also involve what's called social comparison, to possibly brag to their fellow wealthy friends about what they did and still can do in spite of being old and rich. Wealth fatigue may set in when they suddenly realize that
Wealth fatigue.
they know and respect can buy everything that they can also buy. So they may think of ways to set themselves apart to subconsciously prove their superiority and stroke their typically large egos, which may result in them rushing into doing these typically risky and expensive adventures.
Experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death.
We can use these off-the-shelf components.
I got these from Camper World.
Camp for less at Camping World.
Has some elements of MacGyver-y.
I don't know if I'd use that description of it. Pressure vessel is not MacGyver at all, because that's where we work with Boeing and NASA and the University of Washington.
The University of Washington telling ABC News they were not involved in the design, engineering, or testing of the Titan. NASA saying they were consulted but did not conduct testing and manufacturing via its workforce or facilities.
That's where we work with Boeing and NASA and the University of Washington.
What a deal, indeed. What a deal. I mean, see, he was saying he was with NASA and the airplane company, and that's another way he added legitimacy to his thing. I took a marketing course shortly after high school. And yeah, like, you do these comparisons. Like, you like, oh, we were working with this group or that group. And it makes it look more, like, trustworthy. Yeah. No. It's out there. Their swimming pool. Back Stark meta. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, chat. And this is absurd. And also another thing I know is they make world-class comparisons. That's another way they get them to get on board with it.
Letter. Members of a committee specializing in submersibles expressed unanimous concern about the sub's safety.
I really hope they're all found safe, but many believe their doomed submersible imploded on their way down, causing it to be crushed like a soda can, where it's
That's exactly what happened.
Their little window gave out due to the sea pressure.
It's acrylic, plexiglass.
Wow.
Yeah, and it is 7 inches thick. It weighs about 80 pounds. And when we go to the Titanic, it will squeeze in about 3/4 of an inch. It just deforms it. Acrylic's great because it squeezes in, and before it cracks or fails, it starts to crackle. And so you get a huge warning if it's going to fail.
As I recall, the viewport was not rated for that kind of depth. The manufacturer said this in delivering it.
I believe it's pretty much invulnerable.
And that's pretty much what they said about the Titanic.
That's right.
Or there was a faulty bolt in their removable door. There are hopeful reports of knocking being heard, but some are skeptical that's them, especially with all the boats and machinery in that area now that could be creating that type of man-made sound.
If you want to go forward, you press forward. If you want to go back, you go back. Turn left, turn right, go down, go up. And it's Bluetooth, so I can hand it to anybody.
Also, if knockoff...
Yeah, exactly, Amanda. They should have consulted us, the board of alien ship directors. Yeah, because I studied this stuff when I was in high school, and like before that I was interested because like at school they had this book, and at the book fair, and the Titanic thing, the Titanic book, and basically they were trying to bring it. This kid at the school, remember he had it, and I was like, I want that too because I like the ship's interesting, and they're like, oh, I'm just like copying off him. I'm not copying off him. I think the Titanic was interesting, and then Mary showed me the movie, and I saw it again, and also that's basically how I got into it as a kid, and then I also was into computers, and as I grew up I went into it more and more, so I knew like submarines, how they worked, and submersibles, and Titanic, and just like by looking at it, I could tell the Titan, you could knock on it and bang on it, and it's like squishy, probably. But a submersible is supposed to be like a rock. It's not supposed to be all flimsy. Exactly.
wireless PlayStation controllers were so amazing and reliable, why doesn't Boeing, Airbus, SpaceX, and NASA use them to control their passenger aircraft?
Even reviews of this controller say that it disconnects at just a few feet. Keep in mind, this is for gaming. This is not for piloting a life-saving sub.
I think he needed more than one button after all.
First thing we do,
One button.
should be an elevator. It should not be an exercise in buttons and switches and stuff.
Now in the comments, what do you think sadly happened to them? Let everyone know in the comments below.
Alright. So that's basically what was going on. They were thrill seekers, and they were having issues in their lives, and it went to that. I'm also going to play an interview with Rush a little bit, and I want to go react to this one. This is what Amanda sent me. I'll put the link in the chat. So yeah, we could see that from the psychology of these people, they were these thrill seekers. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Mary. Exactly. Alright, so I'm going to react to this one now. Alright. And here we go.
Oh, this is difficult. I just listened to a potential unconfirmed transcript of what happened in the final moments of the Titan submersible. Now, first, many of us have already tried to imagine what it was.
Alright, chat, you see this thing right here to the left? That's where the toilet is, where the big eye thing is at. That is where the toilet's at. So where you see the thing in the windows where the toilet's at.
Inside of this, I'm going to play clips from this vlog, a video. Obviously, I'm going to link these videos down below. But I want you to see what it was like inside of this submersible. Like, I will pause right here. So when we talk about...
Well, look at this, chat. It's a sardine can. A sardine spaceship can. I think the creeping clowns, the clowns from outer space use this. Changed my mind.
The transcript of what may have transpired in the final minutes of the final 19 potentially critical minutes of this sub's dive. You could potentially feel what it would have been like in this small space. That black box, by the way, right there that they show, I'll show it again right here. That's your toilet, which hopefully nobody needs to use is the idea, but it's your just-in-case toilet with a little curtain to separate you from that area. And yes, you have to step over the toilet to look out the window to look at the Titanic. And this is you getting bolted in. Now, I'm going to go through this transcript in just a moment that I want to bring attention to, but I really wanted to freeze on a frame here where you have this. Basically, you've got the CEO right here of the company, Stockton Rush. You've got some folks sitting here with controllers, and these are your pilots in the final moments before just imploding and turning into jelly. There's actually a Mythbusters. You could look this up, like... rapid implosion. I'm not going to show it here because it's really disturbing, but it kind of gives you an idea of what potentially ends up happening.
Before I took the Google IT support certificate, I didn't have any background with IT, and now I'm working full-time
in an implosion. But anyway, take a look at this particular engineer here. Now I'm going to give a more brief summary of this, so I encourage you to check out Jeff's channel here. But let's just take a look at the transcript. We'll go through it. I'll go through a short version of it. But basically, they're descending. Everything's all clear. And what you've got here is Jeff has rewritten the transcript. This is an unconfirmed transcript between topside and the submersible. So it's unconfirmed. We want to be clear about that. We do not know if this is accurate, though we do know that James Cameron indicated that this submersible was in a rapid ascent, which generally, or at least attempting a rapid ascent. Generally, if you're attempting an ascent before you got down to the Titanic, you've kind of decided, you know what, we got a U-turn. Something's going on. James Cameron mentioned that once, and he never mentioned it again, which was also really odd. In fact, if you've been paying attention on social media, and no worries if you haven't, but if you have, you'll be noticing people are saying, like, I downloaded the first interview with James Cameron where he said they were ascending. How does he know? Well, he's probably really close in that community, that submersible and submarine community, especially around the Titanic, because he's done the dives before.
Yeah, the submersible community, the Titanic community, it's a very tiny little community. And, like, everybody, like, knows each other. Like, James Cameron knew P.H. Nargeolet. He knew him.
And so, maybe he has a little bit more insight than a lot of people potentially give him credit for. But the fact that he hasn't said that again is really odd, because it does send this harrowing potential signal that maybe the individuals on the submersible were fighting for their lives for a good 19 minutes. That this wasn't just a happy-go-lucky ride down and then you're gone. So it's like you're here and happy and then you're gone. Which is generally, like, if you're going to have to check out the way most people, as morbid as it is, would probably prefer. 19 minutes of hell? It's bad. So anyway, all clear here. Jeff's rewritten the transcript, so we're going to jump around here. Enjoy the dive, so we got some footage here. Now, this is where Jeff leaves a note and suggests that the submersible, remember the difference between a submarine and a submersible is a submersible just kind of goes down and then putters around, whereas a submarine can really stay underneath and actually drive and propel forward rather than just kind of putter around and maneuver. But anyway, Jeff, this channel owner here, indicates that, look, based on his quick calculations, it looks like they're descending too quickly. So it seemed like they were descending about 33% too fast. That's potentially problematic because likely you're not allowing the actual unit to acclimate to those different pressures quickly enough. So you're putting more pressure on more quickly onto the submersible. That could also end up damaging some of the other equipment, such as battery equipment or ballast equipment, and that ends up becoming very important in this. Take a look at this. So everything is normal at this point, with this exception that potentially they're descending too quickly. We go through some math here about how this is potentially a too quick of a descent. And so what you'll find here is conversation. Everything's going superb.
Exactly, SE Wolverines. This holds up good. Yeah, 19 minutes of Hades, 19 minutes of hell. It's like, this thing was not doing this thing right. It was not working right. You know, they're going too quick. This thing wasn't built right. It was absolutely cringe what was going on here. Yeah, Dark Meta. I'll have to give that some thought.
Happy crew, smooth sailing, excellent conversations, great. Topside, you're at 75 minutes. Depth, do you need to adjust velocity? This is the first time they indicate the topside is like, seems like you're going a little faster than usual, about 33% further than you should be along on this trip. Do you need to slow down so you don't put too much pressure on this?
We see, Mary, these people do this. Like, they will go and say that they died instantly, they imploded, they didn't feel any pain. They want people to feel better. They want people to feel good. And basically, with these people, it obviously didn't. It imploded, and they knew it was going to happen. So they heard cracking and creaking, and Rush was like, all right, it's not normal. He told everybody it's normal, then he's like, it's not normal. And everybody gets it. So that basically is what happened to this dude. Like, they died. They knew they were going to die. Then it imploded. That's what I thought.
Stockton, Rush, and the crew, apparently in the sub, suggest, no adjustments needed. We're good. It can handle it. And so, okay, this is where we can go through again and do a little bit more math and realize a little too fast, a little too far. So at 9:28 a.m., this is where things get interesting. The sub argues, we're noting an alarm from the real-time monitoring system. Now, the real-time monitoring system has regularly been talked about, something that Stockton Rush says, look, our RTM, our real-time monitoring is so good, we would know long before there would ever be an issue with the carbon fiber hull. Like, we've got...
Alright, so I've seen this before with the dude in the videos talking about So basically, Rush was saying it's going to creak and crack, and they would know before something happens. So when you're down 12,500 feet below the surface, and it's creaking and crackling and popping and bending and leaking, you'll know something's about to happen at least. It takes an hour and 45 minutes to get back up. It's like, you'll know when you're about to die, at least. It won't be instantaneous, you'll know about it. But he words it and wraps it and says it a certain way. Like, he's like, look, I would feel similar. But you see, if something's going to happen to the sub, all right, I'll be there with you. It's going to crack and creak, and it's going to make noise, so we will know if something's about to happen. All right, we'll know if something's about to happen. But you got to look at context about what he's saying. So you're saying we'll know we're about to die, and we're screwed. That's what you're basically saying. But he doesn't say it like that. He basically is like, we'll know something's going to happen, and we'll take care of it. It's the confidence and the overconfidence. Nothing wrong with confidence. You need confidence to succeed in things. But you got to do things correctly. It's insulting to Steve Jobs and other people like myself and my friends that did these things that safely, like, let's say with different things, like he built a computer, I did a YouTube channel, like there's different things that you were confident to do something, but he's insulting people that they took risks correctly. But this guy doesn't take a risk correctly, Rush. He just goes and does things irresponsibly. So that's the thing with Rush. He just didn't do it right. And he's a good con artist. Facts, chat. Facts.
Monitor is monitored in the hull, and we send acoustic waves through the carbon fiber to see if there are any cracks or stresses in it. And that's the problem. Once you start getting damage in carbon fiber, that damage can compound very rapidly. So the goal is you continually, essentially acoustically measure that carbon fiber to determine, okay, are we, essentially consistently sturdy and structurally sound? Well, apparently now we've got alarms. This is where things start going bad, because now they finally reduce their velocity descent. So now if you've got alarms going off, I can imagine just at 9:28, you're probably not getting a, little text message sound, we have a little alarm. It's probably some kind of, I could just imagine, I doubt there'd be some sort of massive flashing red U-boat alarm, but probably some sort of loud chime with some kind of indicators that something's wrong. I think right here at 9:28, everybody would probably be under the impression that, oh God, something is going wrong. And so here's what happens over the next timestamps. Again, some speed calculations. Here's a picture of approximately, based on Jeff's opinion, how far away they were from the Titanic. He gives a little bit more of a description on that. And then he suggests this. Top side says, do you need to ascend? Sub. No change with thrust. The rate of descent is increasing. At 35, going to release the ballast now. So here's a way to potentially release a filled unit of water to loosen the load of the tank and the air bubble within or parts of the tanks, the different ballasts of the vehicle. And now the air in the actual submersible should help it start rising, or at least slow its descent, right? Depending on what you remove. So the point is, you carry extra weight on a sub or submersible so that you actually sink. And then you can either pump air into your ballast to remove the water out of them with, compressed air that you have, and then you displace the water with uncompressed air that you're then injecting into the ballast, or you just detach them and basically dump them, which could not just be ballast, but they could also be metal piping or other heavy things just to weigh you down, basically. Anyway, so no improvement after the release of the ballast. Then they go for jettisoning the frame, which is basically just pressing a button and detaching the bottom of the actual submersible. So I'll hide myself here. The bottom of the entire submersible would just be detached. So that way you're basically saying, look, emergency mode, forget the landing gear or what you kind of sit on when you're up on the surface. Let's just get to the surface, forget it. Ballast gone, landing gear gone. Topside, affirmative. Update when available. real-time monitoring indicator status. Frame jettisoned. Multiple attempts needed, but starting the ascent now, which sounds positive, right? But initially after the ballast, they got no improvement. They're still sinking. So then they jettison the frame, and now they're starting to go in the opposite direction. They've stopped their descent. Now they're ascending again, which is good. Now you're actually going up rather than down.
Yeah, so they knew that there was a problem, and then they're trying to bring the submersible back up. In fact, chat, smash that like button, and it will keep the Stockton Rush's glue away from the spaceship. And also, I will say that, yeah, so they're trying to dump everything and go up, and the hour and 45 minutes to get back up. And it's strange. The Titanic took about 2 hours to sink. Very eerie. So, because he didn't rise up soon enough, that's why it imploded. It mirrors the Titanic.
This is where it gets scary. 9:36, 8 minutes into this. What's your status? RTM indicators, depth. You're not actually getting these responses. You're getting like really quickly typed back responses. Crackling sound at the aft. That's the last thing you want with carbon fiber. Could you imagine sitting in that sub that I showed you videos of? Just imagine yourself in this. You're looking at Stockton Rush, and he's like, I don't know what's going on. We're barely moving up. Why did it take so long to jettison? There's got to be frustration with that. Oh, the ballast isn't working. I mean, imagine in that sequence hearing that. Releasing the ballast. Oh no, that's not working. We're still descending. Should we jettison the frame? Let's jettison the frame. We jettison the frame. It's not going. It's not going. It's not going. Okay, we finally got it off. All right. We're finally ascending. Like everybody's gonna be looking at Stockton. He's gonna be like, dude, I've never heard this crap before. This is.
He actually told the people that the cracking sounds and the popping is normal, and they were saying that the popping noises sounded like a gun. So you're in that little thing, and it sounds like guns and fireworks going off, and it's cracking. That's an interesting perspective, Amanda. That's an interesting perspective. Because... And that very well may be a possibility. Yes. You mean like the titanium metal? Is that what you mean? Or something else?
Got to be the most eerie and disastrous, horrible ever possible way. I feel so bad for this situation. This is just bad. I'm sorry. Let's get back to the transcript. But this is terrible. Can you identify the sound? RTM indicators. Negative. RTM status. Trying to run diagnostics. Ascending now, but very slowly. Sounds have subsided. Okay, good. You don't want sounds, right? Global RTM, alert. All red. Every status indicator they have, red. Then what happens? We're at 9:42, right? Okay. Well, here we go. We're going to move forward. 9:42:57. Understood. Any codes? Depth. Ascent rate. Update when available, please. Slow ascent in progress. Quarter predicted. Unclear why rate is so small. In other words, if you are trying to ascend at, let's say, 25 meters a minute, and you're only ascending at a rate of, let's say, 6 meters a minute, you'd be like, what happened? Did we take on water? This is weird, which is possible. Maybe those crackling sounds led to basically a part of this vessel filling up with water and weighing it down. Something is heavier than usual. Otherwise, if you got rid of the frame and the ballast, you should be going up even faster than normal. It should be 2x maybe what normal is, or at least 30 to 50% faster what normal is. Not slower than what normal is if you're not even taking all the parts back up. That's crazy. Top side. We're talking it over with the engineer. Stand by. Depth. Status, please. What's the wattage on upward thrust? These are your smaller motors that just give you some drive up. Submersible. Reading red on the alpha power bus. That means one of your potentially basically circuit breakers, so to speak, is not functioning. You're not getting power from either the battery bay at all or one of the battery bays. If you have your backup, B might be your backup, your Bravo battery bay. And unfortunately, well, we know where this goes. Anyway, that's at 9:46. Reading red on A power bus, switching to B. And unfortunately, what happens after that? Well, that's it. No further communications from the sub at 9:46, which means we had just over 19 minutes of hell and agony inside this vessel where the cracking sounds returned. That's the scary part. The cracking sounds came back when they switched to B. You can see that there at the bottom. More sounds aft. It's basically collapsing as they're on it. This is terrible. And this is what the inside would have looked like. And you would have looked at the CEO and seen them panic to try to figure out why is this power unit not working? The A1's down too. This is weird. We're going up really slow. What are those sounds? Do you imagine being one of the uneducated, layman passengers who are like, we don't know anything about sub-engineering, you're on it and you're just like, what the heck is gonna happen? It's unimaginable. Now, at the moment of implosion, the transition would have occurred likely quicker than anybody could have felt anything. Milliseconds. Such few.
All right, so basically to answer Amanda's question more thoroughly, so James Cameron, he went down with the Deep Sea Challenger, DCV-1. It's a giant synthetic foam, and it was created out of steel and titanium. The OceanGate Titan also was made with titanium a little bit, but mostly carbon fiber. So Amanda, they both had titanium in it, but James Cameron's thing was synthetic foam, and titanium and steel are the metals. So, and I'll show some pictures of it. Hello, Sarah, next online. Glad you're in chat. That's good. Glad you're here. And yeah, so it must have been absolutely terrifying what happened here during this expedition of doom, because they go down there into the abyss, and Stockton's saying about, it's this, it's that, it's normal, and then he's trying to go back up. And it's sad in a way too, and they were in there and everybody's looking at him, and then it implodes. Wow. So chat, what do y'all think about this situation, about how these people had 19 minutes of doom? It's very unfortunate. And now I'm going to show a picture of James Cameron's submersible. That's not what I wanted to show, but it's close. Alright, so in the screen I'm going to show James Cameron's submersible, and you can see the difference. Alright, so this is when James Cameron went down there. So that's his submersible that he used to go into the Mariana Trench. So that's what James Cameron used in the Abyssal Trench, where there's abyssal fish and things like that. And you see the difference between that one and the OceanGate. It's very different. Even this one's different. Right. It's very interesting what a James Cameron had. It's green, and it's shaped kind of like a cigar, and it's nice and slender, and he was inside of a cylinder. And it's really cool. Very cool. And also, now I am going to show, let's see, I will get that up because there was something interesting about that.
If you think...
Okay, so Amanda, this next video shows more information about, this is a lawyer on YouTube, and he's going to talk about the document, the waiver, and he's also going to talk about other things and his opinions about it, and the big circus, what's going on. Yeah, his thing is way cooler, yes. Alright. So this is the lawyer, and he's going to talk about the waiver.
No chance of a lawsuit because of those airtight death waivers? If you think there's no chance of a lawsuit because of those airtight death waivers, think again. They may have only been as airtight as the sub. What does the US military think about them using an Xbox controller? Is visiting the Titanic wreck legally considered desecrating a mass grave? All this and more, but first, let's do a little background for those of you that aren't familiar.
Mike, this has been all over Twitter for a week and a half.
Just in case. So a group of very wealthy expedition types each paid $250,000 to this guy, Stockton Rush, who founded OceanGate back in 2009. They all get into a very unregulated, makeshift, dinky little sub and expect to dive 13,000 feet into the ocean with zero problems. After the submarine departs, the base ship loses contact with it, and the news cycle goes wild. CNN, Fox, Twitter, here on YouTube, sub-content. Sub-content. You can't get away from sub-content. A search goes on for days, and then, after it's likely they wouldn't have oxygen left, they are presumed dead. And then the US Navy says it's likely it just imploded on the first day and didn't bother to tell anyone. Which brings us to now. Still, as we are filming, new developments have been coming out, which just means our writers need to write faster.
Mike, I'm trying!
How could this happen? This was such a shock to everyone, right? No one saw this coming.
Personally, I feel, in my humble opinion, this thing was just not built right. It doesn't look like James Cameron's thing right here. No hate on the people for trying to think differently. But basically, you can see that there's a difference with the two different ones. Right. That one and that one. All right.
Actually, so many people saw this coming. People like Will Conan, the chair of the Marine Technology Society's Submarine Committee, who said, "It hasn't surprised us." Apparently, he was raising alarms back in 2018 about how this vessel had none of the certificates necessary from any deep-sea regulatory bodies. Not only him, but David Lockridge, a former employee who was allegedly fired for raising concerns about the vessel's carbon fiber hull and pushed for more agency inspections. Sounds like he should have gotten a promotion instead. Many people are citing the jerry-rigged nature of the vessel as a reason for the disaster. The hull was created with an experimental titanium and filament-wound carbon fiber, which did not guarantee the vessel would hold up under the nearly 6,000 pounds of pressure per square inch found at the depths of the Titanic. For reference, water pressure at sea level is only about 14 pounds per square inch. Experimental seems to be a very kind way of putting it, as most experts have been calling it straight up idiotic and dangerous. One such person sharing these sentiments is filmmaker James Cameron. Yup, would you have guessed the guy who actually directed the movie Piranha 2: The Spawning is also one of the world's foremost deep-sea diving experts?
Yeah, because that was him in the submersible that I was showing. And you can see how intricate it is, how it's so crammed and it's so compacted and insulated. I know about insulation from the reconstruction of the houses and things after the Hurricane Katrina, that this thing has to be so tight, airtight. The other one, the Titan, was too loose.
Titanic.
What?
James Cameron famously directed the movie Titanic.
He did? Oh, that makes way more sense. Cameron, who's personally visited the Titanic wreck himself around 33 times, said that his submersible and others like it should be made out of contiguous materials like steel and titanium in order to accurately gauge what a sub can withstand. Calling composite material like the one OceanGate was using, quote, a horrible idea that will fail over time, adding that with a carbon fiber hull, each dive adds more and more microscopic damage. It was only a matter of time before it caught up with them. According to one engineer, all it has to do is fail in one spot and it's game over. But how did this revelation come out? Secret documents? Top secret leak? Nope. The CEO gave this interview to CBS.
General MacArthur said, "You're remembered for the rules you break." And, you know, I've broken some rules to make this. I think I've broken them with logic and good engineering behind me. The carbon fiber and titanium, there's a rule you don't do that. Well, I did.
Oof, that didn't age well. I've heard.
See how Rush talks? His smile, his confidence, and his smoothness, his world-class comparison. So in marketing, a world-class comparison saying like, oh, you play basketball like Michael Jordan. You know, things like that. He makes these world-class comparisons. And yes, Sarah, I agree, and Amanda, yes, facts.
Breaking a few eggs, but safety regulations aren't arbitrary guidelines put in place by the virgin bureaucrats trying to thwart the Chad innovators. Safety regulations are put in place for, well, safety. When they're blatantly ignored like this, it kinda sounds like there's a case for family members of the OceanGate tragedy to sue, right? Well, it's never that simple. Some lawyers are saying it might be impossible to sue. Not only did every party pay $250,000 to embark on what they knew was an incredibly hazardous mission, but they also signed a death waiver.
That one painter all started with me painting houses all on my own. After some time, it grew, and now we are the...
A death waiver usually states that the activity is risky and the participant acknowledges the risk and waives the right to sue for any injury or death that happened.
Experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. Where do I sign?
One past passenger said his waiver mentioned death 3 times when he signed it. And we got a copy of it. Let's see. Acknowledge death, acknowledge experimental, acknowledge I will be miles from the nearest hospital. Yeah, those don't sound like red flags at all. But it seems pretty thorough. 1, they mentioned death as a possibility several times. 2, they mentioned that the sub is not approved or certified by any regulatory body and that it's made up of materials not widely used for human submersibles. And bring up death again. And 3, here it says unanticipated risks that could result in death. Risks include malfunction or failure of the submersible. And that's exactly what happened. Is this OceanGate's get out of jail free card? Maybe not. Here's 3 reasons why a lawsuit is still possible. 1, not all courts will hold up these waivers. Not only will it depend on which state takes the case, but look here at the bottom of the waiver. OceanGate is a US-based company, but their subsidiary, OceanGate Expeditions, is a Bahamian-based company, and they were the ones running.
All right, so I remember when I was studying about business stuff on YouTube, because that's what I like to do, and I learn a lot from YouTube. So in the Bahamas is a really good place where people want to take money out the country and put it somewhere because of the tax laws, and when someone is going to be sued and things, their assets are better protected because you have LLCs, a legal liability company, and different things that can protect different things. But the Bahamas is just a place where they have a lot of relaxed laws, and Switzerland is another place where the banks and stuff are more relaxed over there. So that's why they try to do a crumb trail so they protect themselves from being sued, these companies. And yes, Sarah, one little pinhole and the thing's done. That's it. At that pressure, like in the 300 movie, The Spartans, when they had these Greek warriors, if there was one weak spot in the phalanx, which was this people with all their shields together, the whole thing would be destroyed. Like one little thing, it would be gone. So, right, now we'll continue, and he'll explain more about how they can possibly be sued. And Amanda, I do agree. Yes, Amanda. That's definitely me. Yes.
Titanic explorations. Why a separate offshore company? Likely a tricky way to skirt around US regulations, but there may actually be ways to bring this case out of the Bahamas and into US courts. One potential argument being that the two companies were really the same. Reason number 2, if fraud or misrepresentation played a role. If a company deceives you by making false statements to get your signature on the waiver, then that waiver may not be valid. You have to understand and agree to what you're signing. Fraud and misrepresentation prevent you from doing that. How does this apply to OceanGate? Well, when promoting just how safe the Titan submarine was, the CEO and OceanGate's website would name drop NASA, Boeing, and the University of Washington as contributors and collaborators in developing the Titan sub. With such reputable names, you would think the sub is probably safer, right? I mean, how does this make you feel?
So the pressure vessel is not MacGyvered at all, because that's where we worked with Boeing and NASA and the University of Washington.
But these companies could not be distancing themselves harder from OceanGate.
Remember what I said about marketing, how the world-class comparisons, this is how they're able to gain the trust of the 5 people. And I will play devil's advocate here. It wasn't 5,000 people, or 500 people, or 50 people, or 15 people, but just 5 people, right? It was just 5 people, including Rush, that believe this. Yep. And I could hang up my masters on YouTube on the wall in the back.
NASA and Boeing have both denied any involvement, and the University of Washington said that while OceanGate used testing tanks at the UW School of Oceanography, it was on a contract basis without any assistance from university researchers. In fact, Rush only used the lab at night when other people weren't around. It's like when your friend went to a party at Drake's house and they're like, "Oh yeah, Drake and I are tight now." But it wasn't even Drake's party, and Drake was on tour, so he wasn't even there. So basically, if all these name drops were lies that led the passengers to believe the sub was safer than it was, then there's an argument that the waivers shouldn't hold up, since the passengers signed them under false pretenses. And reason number 3, gross negligence and recklessness. But what does that mean, besides being a great name for a punk band? Gross negligence refers to a severe disregard for the safety or rights of others, while recklessness involves knowingly taking unreasonable risks. Here's the thing about courts. They don't really want to protect companies from lawsuits when the companies engage in unacceptable conduct. Like when your friend gets hammered and passes out at a party at Drake's house. Once a certain line is crossed, it's out of your hands, and they gotta be held accountable.
Oh, I said I was sorry. When are you gonna let that go?
When are you gonna get your act together? Which brings us back to the statements Rush made in that interview, and testimony from the former employee. Those could very well be used as evidence to prove that corners were cut, safety regulations were ignored, and recklessness or gross negligence directly caused the excursion to fail. Not only that, but our good buddy Lockridge may have discovered an earth-shattering revelation. Lockridge claims the viewport of the sub was only certified to go down to a depth of 1,300 meters. Just for reference, the Titanic rests at a depth of roughly 4,000 meters. Well,
Yeah, and I think, the Drake analogy. It's like a straw man argument. So a straw man, it's if you make a scarecrow and beat it up and say, yeah, I beat that guy up. But, you didn't beat the guy up because it was a straw man. That's basically what Rush was doing. It's like, oh yeah, NASA did this, and Boeing did this, and these different things. And I'm not calling Rush a criminal, but criminals and stuff use that all the time. And people that are doing evil things, it's deception. Yes, Amanda.
maybe Stockton was onto something, and all those pesky regulations stood in the way of innovations, like a viewport that is certified for 4,000 meters. That would certainly be a crazy twist if it wasn't completely false. Those kinds of viewports very much do in fact exist. Allegedly, OceanGate simply refused to pay for the manufacturer to build one in an effort to cut costs.
So they could have had a professional one built, and they could have gone down there and been back up right now. They could have been there and back and been with their families and everything. But they didn't.
Also alleges they tried to hide this info from him and wrongfully terminated him when he voiced his concerns over the sub's safety. For example, Remember how we said the carbon fiber hull was basically built to fail? Well, apparently no one at OceanGate wanted to face that reality, as Lockridge also alleges they refused to pay for non-destructive testing and unmanned pressure testing. In his complaint, he further claims passengers had no idea about these concerns. Even our old pal, James Cameron, speculates that the reason they did not undergo the certification process is because they knew they wouldn't pass. Knowing all of this, is a lawsuit off the table, or does it seem almost inevitable? If a lawsuit does come out of all of this, make sure you subscribe and hit the bell to get all the OceanGate updates.
Good plug, Mike.
Yeah.
Let's see. There's more to this. All right.
No. Were these expeditions even legal in the first place? So currently...
Yeah, Amanda. He's a scammer. Con artist, scammer. Exactly. And you see how they didn't do the pressure testing? They didn't do any of these things. They didn't put any of this together the way you're supposed to put it. It's absurd. And all about greed, also, and his ego. The Bible says, pride before the fall. No matter what someone's faith is, I think that is a truth. Especially in this situation, it couldn't be any more true.
Currently, the US and UK have an international treaty to preserve the Titanic. But what does this mean? Basically, it means that the collection of any artifacts from the site is strictly prohibited unless you get the express permission from both countries' governments first. But this is an agreement only between the US and UK, meaning it only applies to US and UK individuals and companies, or if you try to bring the artifacts into those countries. So let's just make sure no greedy Canadians show up looking for that heart-shaped necklace. And of course, just going down to look and take pictures is okay. Don't worry, James, you're not going to jail today. We still need 3 more Avatar movies out of you. What's also in... Don't worry, James, you're not going to jail today. We still need 3 more Avatar movies out of you. What's also interesting about this treaty is it categorizes the shipwreck as not only a historical site, but also a mass grave. That's right, even if viewing the site is technically legal, family members of the original Titanic disaster strongly oppose any and all visitation for any reason, saying things like, "My grandfather's resting place shouldn't be a tourist attraction." And I gotta tell you, I get it. I wouldn't want someone to go to my grandma's grave and take a selfie, let alone someone sell tickets to it. Prior to this treaty being put in place, nearly 6,000 artifacts were recovered from the Titanic, many of which were sold at auction. Selling artifacts recovered from a mass grave? Sounds bad, but maybe we should get a second opinion. What does Robert Ballard, the man who discovered the wreck in the first place, have to say about it?
It's an ugly carnival, an affront to the fate of Titanic and all those who lost their lives in her final hours.
Well, bummer for all the mass grave desecration enjoyers out there. Now, of course, one...
And I think that it's good to preserve the Titanic, and it's good to have things in a museum. I think it's good to keep it alive because it's all will be lost. But in my opinion, as a long enthusiast in Titanic and respect for the people that passed, I don't want to make a... Let's say, I wouldn't want to disrespect the people there. And like, I cover the Titan because I want everybody to understand what's going on with these things and this information that's going on with it in the news as it comes out. I think it's very important for people to know what's going on with this, in my opinion.
Insane piece of information everyone's been talking about is the video game controller steering wheel. Look at this thing. I know that kid got so good at Gran Turismo he became a real race car driver, but even he had to upgrade to a steering wheel for that. You can't just plug the DualShock into the dashboard. So is controlling the sub this way even legal? Well, sorry to disappoint everyone, but the PlayStation controller might actually be the least crazy thing about this story. Apparently it's not uncommon for some submarines and other military equipment to be piloted in the exact same fashion.
But you notice the game controllers that the military uses? It's like, you gotta do it correctly, and the one he got was very cheap and didn't work right, but yeah, it's okay to use a game controller as long as it's the right game controller.
In fact, the US military uses modified Xbox controllers to pilot drones all the time. Studies show it makes the equipment more reliable and easier to operate. Who knew all those Halo 3 LAN parties doubled as resume builders? So
I played Halo a little bit when I was younger at different events. It was an interesting game.
Aha, we all had our fun making fun of the Xbox controller on Twitter, but we also made fun of the victims, which is interesting. One side of the aisle says there's...
Yeah, I think it's not good to make fun of the victims, but to call out what they did wrong is fine. But there was just people that were just being like evil, being nasty about it. But still, I mean, there's nothing wrong with constructive criticism about what they did. But like, just, you know, there's always trolls. But like, as I said, nothing wrong with criticizing the action, though. But may they rest in peace, of course. But Rush, that's a different story.
sympathy for the demise of billionaires, especially when they didn't seriously consider the risks they were taking. The other side claims that the tragedy was caused by wokeness, but what everybody did was turn this into a spectacle. And yeah, I recognize that making an entire video on the subject means I play a part too. I understand the spectacle nature. The circumstances were very interesting. A group of billionaires ride a janky subway to the ruins of the Titanic, only to meet the same fate as the ship they hope to explore. A worldwide search is conducted. No wonder documentaries are already in the works. J. Jonah Jameson would pause the Spider-Man libel to run this front page. It's mystifying to us, because if we were approached by someone who offered to put us in a metal can, bolted shut from the outside, and drop us down to the bottom of the ocean, most of us wouldn't say, sure, here's $250,000. However, regardless of the tabloid nature of this story, we do have to remember that these were real people who tragically lost their lives. We here at Law by Mike hope that if there was negligence, the right people face the consequences, and something like this never happens again.
Oh my God, I think I found the perfect pergola. So I found this beautiful picture on Pinterest and showed it to my local contractor.
Alright, so that was a great video about the Titan. The lawyer covering the Titan, so you all can understand, chat. The waiver, it mentions death 3 and multiple times. The people were very uncertain about it. Like, some of the people were uncertain, they didn't go on it. And other people just went on it because they didn't know what they were doing, pretty much. And they trusted the dude too much. Yes, Amanda, I agree. This needs to be James Cameron's new movie. Yeah, and that's basically, you know, what I think about it. It's just absolutely absurd what these people did. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff going on here. We got more content, more things coming through.
Join their...
And let's see.
Lives aboard the Titan.
Yeah, we review the transcript. Let's see. Review that guy. Okay, so we're going to look at the interview. This is an interview with Rush a couple of years ago. Alright, so this is an interview with Rush. Some people are interviewing Rush. Alright.
So although most people don't know, you actually have a long history with Teledyne, specifically in the Pacific Northwest. You know, tell us about this and how you actually got originally connected with us.
Well, I was building my own two-man sub, and I'm a private investor prior to starting this business. And a company called Blueview Technologies presented, they were looking to raise...
Yeah, Rush is talking right now.
Capital. I really just wanted to use their sonar on the sub, so I went and sat down with the three founders at that point, and we had a nice chat. I didn't, you know, at the time they were looking at recreational applications, not commercial, and you know, was exposed to it. And about 2 years later, a friend of mine was advising them on a capital raise, and they had pivoted to making devices for military and commercial applications. I came up with a deal to join their board and get a screaming hot price for a Blueview sonar. Put that on my two-man sub. I think it's the first Blueview sonar or multi-beam sonar on a manned sub.
and was on the board all the way through the acquisition of Blueview by Teledyne. It was a great experience. One of the funnest boards I've ever been on. It really was instrumental to advancing, helping them, and them helping me. In the end, I think I ended up working 2 or 3 sonars out of them.
Great. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, those good times that back then. Yeah. So speaking of vehicles, do you want to tell us a little bit about your fleet? How many vehicles do you have now, and sort of what are your plans?
Yeah. So other than the sub, my personal sub, that I don't dive very much. OceanGate has 3 submersibles. They all can take 5 people. It's important that you have at least space for 4 in a sub if you're going to do a adventure tourism kind of application. You need the pilot, the person who knows what you're looking at, because it's not that interesting if you don't have an expert in the sub telling you what you're looking at, and then 2 people, because you really want to share an experience like that. You don't want to do that alone. So all our subs take 5 people. It also gives us enough depth of field to do a lot of filming, which is another opportunity. So we have Antipodes, which can go to 300 meters or 1,000 feet. We have Cyclops 1, which goes to 500 meters or 1,600 feet.
The Cyclops is another one of the submersibles that they have.
And then we have Titan, which is 4,000 meters, and that's the one that's going to the Titanic.
Yeah, that's awesome. So tell us a little bit more, I guess, about the technology that went into the submarines. I understand you bought some of those components from previous owners. Some were conversions, but I think you've done quite a bit of technology development on your own.
The look on Rush's face is priceless. This man thinks he's the king of the world.
Specifically in the hull design for Titan, is that right?
That is correct. Yes, our first sub, Antipodes, was an existing ABS class sub, and we used that as our training sub. So we learned what our clients wanted. We made some modifications. We added the Blueview sonar to it. Then when we went to Cyclops 1, we took a steel hull, and gutted it, and that was the only part of the sub that we used. And we again added a bunch of Blueview and a variety of Photech lights and things like that to that sub. And then Titan is a full ground-up build, and the big advance there is using carbon fiber and titanium for the hull to be able to get us a hull that is light enough and large enough and strong enough to get to the Titanic with 5 people.
Greg the Shed here. The new Lawnmower 4.0 is the perfect tool for your grooming experience. Today,
So hearing, and I heard you talk a little bit about this, but you know, I know we've partnered, Teledyne's partnered with OceanGate to assist in some of the technology capabilities, obviously some support as well. You know, seeing some of the exciting things you guys are doing on the submersibles. How do you currently use these, and you know, what part has it played in your current operations?
Well, you know, for us, one of the most enabling components is the multi-beam sonar. So when I started the business, old-timers in the industry told me I was nuts, and they continue to tell me that, but they said it earlier with more conviction. And partly because I said I was going to take inexperienced pilots in a submarine, in current, in zero visibility, in Puget Sound. And they thought I was insane. I said, you don't underappreciate what multi-beam sonar does for situational awareness. In the old days with the scanning sonars that weren't very accurate, you just couldn't do what we can do. We regularly train our pilots in 1 to 2 foot visibility on a 300-foot shipwreck and 250 feet off of the mouth of Port of Everett, where we can get knots, you know, a knot or 2 of current. So that's been a critical component in all the subs, is making sure we have 1, if not 2, multi-beam sonars. We then added the 3D, the BB 5000, and did 3D scans, done those of a number of wrecks. We have, for the deep sub, we needed, what I want to do is have acoustic data communication, because I find nothing more annoying than someone trying to call me from the surface. So being able to have a regular transmission of the sub status, and then we can text message back and forth, I prefer to having someone calling me up and ruining whatever.
Yeah, exactly, chat. Like, he was definitely high on Mount Stupid, and it's good that there's people that were trying to warn him about it, because he misinterpreted, constructive criticism for hate.
Working on. So we have the Benthos ATM system. We actually did some development. So that was great to send out a tech rep out to the Bahamas for the better part of a week to help us integrate the DAT system for USBL tracking. So that Protect lights. We've really tried to take commercial off-the-shelf technology and implement it into a manned submersible solution. And it's been great working with all the products that are in the Teledyne Marine family.
Yeah, no, excellent. I know it's been a pleasure working with you guys through this adventure. It's certainly exciting, but I think adventure is the right word. You've been known to say an adventure is when things don't go as planned. And this is actually when there's usually an interesting outcome. You've got to have some great stories about this. Anything you want to share?
Well, it's the challenge is what we do with our subs is we try to operate with ships of opportunity, and the ship cost is, as most people in the maritime world know, is the big expense. So being able to operate with smaller vessels when you're close to shore, and then only use the larger ones when you have to be way offshore, and how you.
Those fish are cool. I've seen them in Japanese restaurants before. I think they're kind of poisonous. But anyway, yeah, so basically, you see how he talks and how he explains things. Like, you get an idea about what it's like having like a conversation with him, and this is similar to conversations he would have had with other people. Like the people he brought on the sub with him.
Between those, we have these this launch and recovery platform allows us to operate without an A-frame or a man-rated crane, so we can tow it out and drop the platform down and have the sub take off, and that's an amazing experience to take off and then land. Really, it adds the nice bookend to a dive. I think the most amazing dive I did was the first solo dive I did to 4,000 meters. We had a lot of challenges, as people I think understand, with data communication through the water column. Partly because we don't behave like an AUV or where we send a standard data packet out, and it's more horizontal range than vertical. We went straight through a thermocline and density difference. I was down about 3,000 meters all by myself, racing along, and these white particles are flying by.
Exactly, Amanda. Exactly. He certainly is. Especially you could see the look on his face, and how he's acting, and like how he presents himself. But we can see that he's cocky and arrogant, and he's a douche. We could all see that, and he's a jackass. But other people, they didn't see that, or maybe they, were like, they were used to being around people like that and didn't tell a difference. And yeah, SC Wolverines, it does have a poison sac. I remember when I was in the Japanese restaurant, I'm like, I want to poke the fish, and they were like, it's poisonous. I'm like, oh, okay, I won't poke it, I'll just look at it.
Of marine snow as I'm cruising through, and it was like something out of a Star Trek screen. And they're all alone and jamming this thing forward to get down to 4,000 meters as these what look like stars go flying by, and then every so often an invertebrate would go racing by. And that was, I think, the most amazing dive, to be down that deep alone, not talking to anybody, and it was the first time anybody had been in the sub down there, so it had a certain amount of adrenaline.
Well, I basically bought this roof.
Yeah, so
that look at this man. Like, the other two guys are just like asking questions, but look at the face of this man. Like, this is crazy. I'll take a picture of this.
it sounds like I think you were the second person ever to travel is that deep. I think James Cameron was the only other person at the time who had actually made that solo dive that deep, right? Yeah.
That is correct.
Yep. So you're obviously getting ready for something. I think that something is most people know is a visit to the Titanic and start to take paying customers down. Do you want to just tell us a little bit about that, what you guys are up to, and yeah, what's next?
Yeah, so the Titanic is just such a huge draw. As I like to say, there are only three things the average person knows are in the ocean. That's whales, sharks, and the Titanic. It's the most known brand, the most known object, and there's just this huge desire to go to it. Personally, I'm really excited about going to hydrothermal vents and some undiscovered wrecks, but the Titanic is just a huge draw. They had run tourist dives to the Titanic using the Russian Mir subs. And so we've looked at what was done over a decade ago and prior to that. And
yeah, he went to a one-way ticket to hell. And exactly, Sarah, that's a great way to sum it up. And yeah, I better not poke my food. Right. And they had the same mindset and they didn't think twice. Exactly. Yeah, he went straight to, he got real close and went straight to hell. Yep.
Had to make our own sub because I said we needed to have at least four places, and then really didn't like the concept of just going and looking at it. So really what we want to do, all our dives have a mission, and our goal is to go back to the Titanic year after year, scan it with sonar, laser scanners, 4K video, and document the wreck and its decay and discover what we can discover. But really it's an exploration mission, not a tourist mission. So we involve our clients in the planning of the mission. They also go on the dive, and then we have 4 external high-def cameras, 4K camera. They will review that video imagery. They can help us with the sonar and the laser scanning. It's really a all-encompassing.
You see, Sarah, what I was saying before about the world-class comparisons? That's, and he's smiling like,
8-day
he's like
trip
that.
at sea to see the wreck, and fairly small group, 6 to 9 people of the on the.
You see, Wolverine, that's what they're doing. They're trying to make it look as harmless as possible because it looks less threatening.
Inside.
Yeah, that's awesome. I would love to. That would be super cool. So as far as technology goes, we mentioned the. What do you think is the biggest sort of technology improvement or gain to be made yet to sort of make this type of exploration, I guess more commonplace or at least more practical? Yeah, it's a big accomplishment.
Yes, and we had to look at a couple of different factors. I mentioned launch and recovery and mobilization, demobilization expense is the big cost.
Yeah.
All our systems are designed to fit in a standard shipping container, so we can mobilize across country cost effectively. And then we have this launch platform, which allows us to operate in much higher sea states than we would be able to do if we had to launch off the side of a ship. So that was sort of a necessary advance to get the cost down and the utility up. When we look just at the sub, this carbon fiber hull is a huge thing. The carbon fiber has been used for autonomous underwater vehicles, but never anything as large as what we're doing. Some work was done by the Navy decades ago, and the determination was you can't use composites, but that was not.
Yeah, SC Wolverines, it is like a Casper. And also, basically, another thing about this is that, well, yeah, if Amanda was there, she would have put some sense into them. Would have been like, she would have set the record straight.
Using aerospace grade manufacturing and the kinds of controls that go into making.
I look like something from Avatar right now, like that movie James Cameron made because I'm all blue looking.
Units that are used on planes as primary structures. So a lot of the arguments against carbon fiber in submersibles were very similar to the arguments against using composites in aircraft. And having built my own plane, fiberglass plane 30 years ago and still flying it, I realized you can do it. You just have to do it right. And that's been the big advance. I think with those pieces, really people just want to see us execute, because if the trip itself is not just the sub and the ship, but it's everything from customs and overland transportation and permitting and mobilization out and back, and then of course you're always subject to weather and waves. And can we execute the number of dives? What's the reliability? We've done a lot to make sure all our systems are line replaceable units. We keep a lot of spares, so we believe we can do a dive a day, and that's going to be, I think, the big hurdle. And really, we want to capture the imagination of as many people as possible.
Yeah, because Casper is a warning. Casper was, that was the omen. That was like the hint about this. And I believe The Simpsons did something like this. I think they did an episode about people going to the Titanic and it not working, and a dude that was writing The Simpsons was going on it, and he was like, "Nah, I'm not going on it, nah." And yeah, Chad, facts.
Things to do underwater, so that we don't just take people to the Titanic, but we do take them to the hydrothermal vents, and we do take them to ancient Roman and Greek wrecks in the Mediterranean, or a number of World War II battle sites. So all of those, I think, are that's our goal, really expand the awareness and then the availability. Because a lot of the Titanic is $125,000 a person. We do dives in the Puget Sound, looking for 6-gilled sharks and things like that are at $5,000. Ultimately, we think we can get the price much more attainable.
Nice, excellent.
All right. So Stockton, I think you mentioned a little bit of it as we talked through, but there's no doubt you've seen some significant challenges. I think maybe one of the ones on the top of the list is, I've heard you guys experienced a lightning strike in the Bahamas while working and doing some testing down there. That certainly is a feat to overcome as you're out in the field. How did you guys get over that?
Yes, I mean, fortunately, it was not a direct strike. So a direct strike to the carbon fiber probably would have taken us totally out. But it basically made its way into every piece of electronics inside the sub. Unfortunately, we are using commercial off the shelf and
hold on. You're telling me that it also got struck by lightning in the Bahamas too, and they still went down and used it? Wow. Cringe.
replaceable items. So in the matter of a couple of days, we were able to replace all those components. But we continue to have issues on connectors, penetrators, wiring. Lightning can do weird things. That pushed our testing back, and we ended up having to cancel that. It was back in 2018. We've had a lot of challenges, as I mentioned, on communications, and just the way we operate is just different than most deep sea systems. And so, we send odd messages in odd times, and we need to be it to be received all the time, as opposed to an AUV that might just send a standard message and really does its big data dump when it gets to the surface. So working on those challenges, things that we just working in the Bahamas, we spent a year and a half doing.
In the Bahamas is where they had all those cracking noises, and the dude was down there. He's like, "Yo, Rush, yo, cuz, Stockton, this thing's cracking." He said it's normal, and it's also got struck by lightning. It got hurt and hit. The power went out in it, and they're still used to go down to the Titanic. I'm just shaking my head.
Dive operations in the Bahamas. It's a very corrosive environment, so dealing with supposed stainless steel parts that aren't stainless, or other parts that rust almost instantaneously. And then, as I said, this challenge of small vessels, and it seems that there's no shortage of challenges. Had I only known how hard it would be. When you look back, they're just...
Nice to see you, Jacob. And yeah, exactly, I totally agree. And that's interesting information. Thanks.
They're just barriers to entry now. At the time, they were barriers to success.
Yeah. No, very nice. Very nice. Anything else for yourself, Ken?
I was just, one quick follow-up on that. I think people underestimate the challenges that come without being able to communicate effectively with subsea assets. I think, we all know that from a robotic standpoint. Obviously, we build a lot of robotic systems, AUVs, and I think that to me, that's one of the bigger, bigger challenges still yet to overcome, not just with manned submersibles, but unmanned as well. And, when you don't have that constant communication link or some way of changing directions or, giving new instructions, it makes it really difficult. So not to plug our own device, but I think, adding the modem to, the helps a lot with that, as you said, just even getting text data or, oxygen levels or temperatures or whatever in a regular communication path with the surface, big difference, and just understanding what the health and status is. It doesn't have to be, as you said, phone messages or voice comms, but just getting some amount of data is really great acoustics. Yeah, we're super happy to participate in that.
Yeah, we've received great technical support to overcome these challenges. For us, what we find is on the surface they want to know every moment what's going on, and with the sub not being tethered, they don't get to see it, and so they're just dying to know what's happening on. When you're in the sub, you could care less about them, and you don't want to waste any time talking to the surface. So this ability to have regular messages go up and give depth and location and power levels and things like that is really valuable. And one of the things.
And another sign that you can tell, like he always compares himself to James Cameron or Steve Jobs. Nothing wrong with that if someone wants to innovate and do something different. But Steve Jobs sold his Volkswagen van, and then Steve Wozniak sold his calculator to create Apple computers. And James Cameron spent tons and tons of money on his submersible. But Stockton Rush cut corners, and he did everything cheaply as possible. So he's a big scammer, in my opinion, and very delusional and caught up in his lies. As they say, he drinks his own Kool-Aid.
That is tough to overcome is the nature of the ocean being different. When our first dive, there was a very serious thermocline at about 300 meters, and one, the sub just stopped, couldn't go any deeper. Two, once you got through that, your communications data rate dropped, and then there was another significant data density shift in the water at about 2,500 meters. So we got through once we stopped on the first dive and loaded up the sub a little heavier on the next one. We got down to 2,500 meters, and you just sat there. You couldn't get any deeper without motoring through it. So those kind of challenges you don't know until you get out there. You can't test them in a lab, and the data that's available on the differences in salinity and temperature and how that affects acoustic transmissions and sub performance, it's just not there. So it's great to be. In some ways, it's great to be a pioneer, and another, it would be nice if someone did some bushwhacking.
No.
Yeah, those thermoclines can be nasty. Yeah, we, as you know, given that we do a lot of deep water communications, as you said, it can get especially challenging in certain waters. Yeah, that's excellent.
So Stockton, we had a great opportunity late last year when we were up in the Puget Sound to actually go down in one of your submersibles, which was absolutely fantastic. And you don't really realize the opportunity or the magnitude of being able to get that close to things in the deep sea that are largely untouched, undisturbed. You talked a lot about the Titanic. There's obviously a lot of folks who want to get out and see a lot of these things that very few people in the world have the opportunity to see. What's next on the radar for you?
Well, we're actually, our next project is going to be the Hudson Canyon in the sub that you went in Cyclops 1. We'll be doing that in August, just taking 12 clients out to explore. The Hudson Canyon's had very little exploration. A lot of it's been down deep. We'll be doing the mouth of it at around 500 meters. We are planning to head down to the Bahamas. We received approval from the Bahamian government to do...
You see, the Bahamas is also where his company is based. Like, the company is registered in the Bahamas.
Down there, and so that plan is for December through April. We're working with the University of the Bahamas on some projects they would like to pursue with us. Then we got the Titanic next summer, and then after the Titanic, we'd like to do, we'll do the Hudson Canyon right before that, but when we go back next year, we'll go deep. We'll go down to 3,000 meters or so, and right before we head out to the Titanic. And after that, we're thinking we'd like to go to the Mediterranean. Croatia is a wonderful location with lots of world.
You see, so he was talking about like the different places that he was going to go. Like he went to the Bahamas, then he went to the Titanic, and then they're going to go into the Mediterranean. But he's not going to the Mediterranean now. Nope. He really had faith in this sub.
To in World War I aircraft and ships, crystal clear water, and a lot of wealthy clients in yachts. So it's a good environment. And then there's some great things in the Mediterranean, some ancient Roman wrecks, things like that we would like to explore. So right now the focus is Titanic, but that's just the opening of all the things we'd like to do. And as I mentioned, I really want.
These fish are so cool. Yeah, that dude's like, he's like, what in the world is this? But he's gonna pause for the selfie, for the picture anyway, and then his other fish companion in the background photobombed him. Yeah, but that's hysterical. Funny fish.
Do hydrothermal vents, and so exploring one of the thousands of hydrothermal vents is really high on my bucket list of items.
So Stockton, obviously, as you are, in the submarine, one of the most challenging perspectives when you have no visibility and you're mid-water column, there's nothing that you can use a sonar to position yourself off of. How do you understand your navigation and where you're going?
Yes. Yeah. Well, so we have as you're descending. You've got your depth and altitude, distance off the bottom. We have a Teledyne DVL. We've used two different versions for giving us the range, and that's pretty critical. When you get close to the bottom, you have to get ready to drop some weight so you don't go crashing into it or thrust. So getting that notification 200 meters above the bottom is critical. And then when we use our laser scanning system, we need correction data for through water speed, currents, and the like to keep the errors.
This man got a laser too. This man got himself a whole spaceship. He's trying to be me. Interesting.
And that's a key element with having the DVL on the sub.
So, Stockton, we've talked a lot about your background and your life. You've done a lot of really amazing things. What outside from your family, what would you call one of your major accomplishments so far?
Well, I think there are a couple things, and they all revolve around sort of doing something first. When I had I built my own ultralight after college, and flying that the first time was a unique experience. Certainly when I got my DC-8 type rating at 19, that was something people again told me couldn't be done. I only had 600 hours mostly in single engine Cessnas before I got that. Flying the fiberglass plane that I built was an amazing experience. And then really I think the greatest thing, the thing I'm most proud of is what we've done at OceanGate. It's the first business that I've started and run. I've run a number of businesses, but most of those have been turnarounds or an advisory role. To actually create a company, build a team, build a product, and see it be successful is really an amazing feeling. And then, as I mentioned, that solo dive was from an individual perspective something that's amazing. But it really has been for me getting right to where we are to be able to finally do the Titanic with this sub.
Alien fish. I like that. Facts. Yeah, and it's a sad thing. I mean, his enthusiasm and his energy is there, but it's like there's more sinister undertones to him. It's really unfortunate. Like, him making a company is great, but he has to do it correctly. Like, there's responsibilities you have to take when you're doing something. We all can relate to this in our own lives, whatever it is. There's a responsibility, even if you don't want to do something, you got to do it. And he was, in my opinion, irresponsible, not financing the thing correctly and being too overconfident and arrogant about it.
is something I'm really proud of, and we really had a great team effort to do that.
So Stockton, obviously, we had the great opportunity to go and dive on one of your submersibles in Puget Sound, and I think one of the things that was abundantly clear was, the professionalism of the team. You guys were a well-oiled machine. Everybody knew their spots, and the tenure of a lot of these folks, was obviously not.
Look at that smile. Yes, Sarah, I will definitely, after this, I will look up what he was talking about. I'll sure do that. And thanks, Jacob, for coming through. Right, and, okay, so, okay, Sarah, I'll play the James Cameron thing again. Alright, I'll play it again after this, and then after that, I'll look up the USS Dolphin that Jacob told us about. Alright. I'll continue.
Significant, a lot of young folks coming out of school, but everybody knew their role and they executed it flawlessly. Tell me a little bit about how you guys do that and the importance of that to your organization. Wow.
Yes, I mean, when I started the business, one of the things you'll find, there are other sub-operators out there, but they typically have gentlemen who are ex-military submariners, and you'll see.
See what he does here? He talks with the military people, and he tries to do these world-class comparisons to get you to trust it more.
A whole bunch of 50-year-old white guys. I'm military submariner, but they typically have gentlemen who are ex-military submariners, and you'll see a whole bunch of 50-year-old white guys. I wanted our team to be younger, to be inspirational, and I'm not going to inspire a 16-year-old to go pursue marine technology, but a 25-year-old, who's a sub-pilot or a platform operator or one of our techs can be.
It seems like he wanted young people to be in it, but like the young people may not know exactly that he was doing something wrong, but also he could have wanted to have good intentions behind it, but he sounds very woke in my opinion, because he's talking about old white guys. It's just, but that's the clip that ABL and everybody was talking about, so the discovery's made. I'll play that again.
Did it fall
inspirational, and I'm not going to roll white guys, ex-military submariners, and you'll see a whole bunch of 50-year-old white guys. I wanted our team to be younger, to be inspirational, and I'm not going to inspire a 16-year-old to go pursue marine technology, but a 25-year-old, who's a sub-pilot or a platform operator or one of our techs can be inspirational. And so we've really tried to get very intelligent, motivated, younger individuals involved, because we're doing things that are completely new. We're taking approaches that are used largely in the aerospace industry, is related to safety and some of the preponderance of checklists, things we do for risk assessments and things like that are more aviation related than ocean related. And we can train people to do that. We can train someone to pilot the sub. We use a game controller, so anybody can drive the sub. And we also want our team to have a variety of different background. You're going to go to the Titanic. You're going to be spending 8 days on a boat. You don't want every person to have the same experience of having been on a U.S. nuclear sub or worked for Atlanta submarines, and they all have the same background. We've got one guy who threw the hammer as a varsity athlete. We have one gentleman who's done everything. He goes and surfs in Iceland in the winter. But really get people who have a diverse background, and then train them and train so that it does come off as a polished and safe operation. But really looking beyond that experience in the sub, and what's the time on the boat going to be like with these people, and that makes for a great team. We're selling to our clients a really enjoyable participatory environment, and that means everybody in our team and our company needs to be an engaging, kind, fun, but highly confident individual. Going to a equipment supplier like Teledyne that has multiple products across their
Hello, Latina. Glad that you're here. Good to see you.
platform that fill multiple needs for us is something that we really needed. And when we really have built not just our internal team, but our external team, and trying to find the best of breed, but in particular, a company like Teledyne that has things from sonars to lights to DVLs to acoustic modems, that makes it a lot easier. You've got one entity to deal with. Some of the integration issues can be handled easier, and it's really been a pleasure over the last 10 years to work with Teledyne and its Blueview company.
All right. I think last question for me. I guess we'd be remiss without mentioning the current pandemic that we're all dealing with right now. How has it impacted Ocean? How are you guys doing with it? And do you see that? I guess what lessons learned or takeaways do you have from it?
Yeah, so we've been fortunate. Right now, we're rebuilding the Titan submersible, the original carbon fiber hull. We used we refer to as maritime. It was a wet layup format. It did not have the durability for the multiple cycles of the Titanic. So we're now working with NASA and other aerospace manufacturers on a replacement of the carbon fiber.
All right. So basically, right here, we have this dude, and he's talking about they're creating the Titan. That's what they were talking about here. And also Latina's question, very good question she has. Yeah, it's this. He's talking about. Okay, so he's talking about going onto the sub. He's talking about his submarine team, how he wanted young people to be on, like, the employees, like the people that are diving. So people that are working with him to be young people rather than 50-year-old white guys. The 50-year-old white guys, it sounds woke. Now, if he was just saying he wanted younger people to be there and to work on it without the racial thing, that would have made sense in that statement to say he just want younger people. But the more experienced older people would also know he was doing something wrong. So I think a combination of young and old people would be good, but it's silly to make up about race. So he wasn't talking about bringing young people on the trip necessarily. He just wanted his employees to be younger people, like around my age. Yeah, 25, he said. But I would have told him in a heartbeat why the thing wouldn't work. It wouldn't have flown by me too well. Hope that answers your question. I believe that will answer your question.
So being in that development mode.
By the way, Sarah, excellent email. Thank you. That was an excellent testimony.
A lot of what our effort is our engineers and sales and marketing, all of whom can generally work pretty well from home. I think the big revelation for a lot of us older managers was how much productivity people actually could have. In fact, we have people complaining that there is no work-life balance and they're working too hard. But it's with these new tools with Zoom, and we use Microsoft Teams and Smartsheet and a variety of Onshape, a bunch of other things. The collaborative tools are so much better now that...
Right, so, and a lot of it, since it's a small community of people with the submersibles, there's not many other races in it except the white folks. So it's just white people in there. I don't know how much if it was about a racial thing, but him talking about the white guys like that, I think it could be woke. But basically, he wanted young people there. It's like easier to control. They wouldn't be as experienced as the older people. But the white people, yeah, it's a small group, and it seems like white people are involved in it more than other groups. Like, but maybe, if there's say black people that were into it, they could get into it if they wanted to. They can do it if they'd like. It just, maybe it's something not another groups are really into. You know, everybody's into different things, but I think that all people should be interested in this submersible, and I'm glad that as time, a good thing that came out of this is that people are more interested in the Titanic and the Titan. So right, exactly. What's her name? Sarah. Exactly. That's what I think too. Yeah, like talking about the white guys like that. You know, I thought that was a jab, a woke jab. Okay, Latina. Can you? I want you to look up on Google or something or YouTube about the USS Dolphin. He was talking about some submarine from 1968 called the USS Dolphin. It wasn't something specifically on his channel.
I think we will. I'm certain we're going to have quite a few people who are going to work from home, probably 2 to 3 days a week. Our operations team is the one that really has to be in the shop, and in their interest of safety, even though we are an essential business, being maritime and all, our concern was with the employees. So our operations guys work from home. We just brought two individuals back this week, but they were able to do a lot of procedure writing. That's always something. There's always paperwork that people don't want to do, particularly if your day job is diving a sub and driving around outdoors. Coming home and writing a procedure just doesn't make it to the top. So we were able to put it to the top of their list. And they've been quite productive. So we've been fortunate that we weren't planning on significant revenue this year, because it's hard to convince someone to get in a sub with 4 people they don't know when you've got a virus floating around. And we're looking at how we're going to be able to do that going forward. Likely with, hopefully we have some of these.
Can y'all see a look in this man's face? Rush's face. And okay, Latina, that's understood. I'll play it later.
15-minute tests that people can do before we lock them in a container and all their germs.
Yeah. I think I'm with you. It's been amazing in my mind how it's sort of impacted our day-to-day, because we're still completely open as well. Everybody's working. Most of the sales teams from home, production people, as you said, in the factories, practicing safe distancing, et cetera. But I think we found that at least on my team, people are very productive. There's less interruptions. There's ability to really focus on what we're doing, and from that standpoint, I think it's been pretty amazing. And I'm with you. It's sort of also remarkable that all of these tools we've actually had on our laptops or our computers for years, not really used or taken advantage of it. And I'm sure now all the coding, the coder, the Microsoft, and pretty exciting. Actually, people are finally using tools that they've known has existed for years. But no, it's great. And I'd say even something like this is not something we would have probably done 3 or 4 months ago. We've talked about it. This is something we certainly will have wanted to do, but it's great to actually be able to sit and do this kind of thing. So for us, it's really exciting to reach out and talk to people like yourself and our other customers, and really tell great stories and hear about how all this great work we're all doing on the ocean is really benefiting. It's really exciting. So yeah, so I for one really want to thank you for joining us. It's been great. Yeah.
Well, thank you. My pleasure. Great.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. I know it's been brief, but certainly always interesting to chat with you and hear your perspectives. So much appreciated. Okay, thank you for joining us.
All right, so that was an interview. Now I'm going to do the Cameron interview again. And then I'll look up the USS Dolphin. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna play this one. I played it a while back.
I have tested a ton of chairs.
And another person closely familiar with the Titanic is the director, James Cameron himself, along with his Oscar-winning movie. Mr. Cameron, I understand you've made a number of dives to the wreckage site too. Just give us your sense on what you're feeling right now, looking at these images of the shipwreck that you studied so closely, and now hearing that another tragedy has been tied to the same area.
Well, I've been down there many times. I know the wreck site very well, as does my friend Bob Ballard. I've made 33 dives. I actually calculated that I've spent more time on the ship than the captain did back in the day. And of course, as a submersible designer myself, I designed and built a sub to go to the deepest place in the ocean, 3 times deeper than Titanic. So I understand the engineering problems associated with building this type of vehicle and all the safety protocols that you have to go through. And I think that what Bob said, because I was watching, is absolutely critical for people to really get the take-home message from this, from our effort here, is deep submergence diving is a mature art. From the early 60s, where there were a few accidents, nobody was killed in the deep submergence, until now, is more time than between Kitty Hawk and the flight of the first 747. So if we haven't improved over that period of time, we have improved drastically over that period of time, and the certification protocols that all other deep submergence vehicles, except this one, that carry passengers, especially paying passengers, all over the world in tropical waters, deep coral reefs, other wreck sites, and so on. The safety record is the gold standard, absolutely. Not only no fatalities, but no major incidents requiring all of these assets to converge to a site. Of course, that's the nightmare that we've all lived with, since all of us entered this field of deep exploration. We live with it in the back of our minds. But because implosion, as Bob described it, such a violent event, is first and foremost in our minds, the pressure boundary, which is what they call the hull of the sub, that the people go inside, is obviously first and foremost in our minds as engineers. And we spend so much time and energy on that. And we use all the computerized tools available today, finite element analysis. We worked on our sphere for our deep vehicle that went to the Challenger Deep for over 3 years, just in the computer, before we even made the thing. And then, of course, we pressure tested it over and over and over, and so on. So, this is a mature art, and many people in the community were very concerned about this sub, and a number of the top players in the deep submergence engineering community even wrote letters to the company saying that what they were doing was too experimental to carry passengers and that needed to be certified, and so on. So I'm struck by the similarity of the Titanic disaster itself, where the captain was repeatedly warned about ice ahead of his ship, and yet he steamed at full speed into an ice field on a moonless night, and many people died as a result. And for a very similar tragedy where warnings went unheeded to take place at the same exact site, with all the diving that's going on all around the world, I think it's just astonishing. It's really quite surreal. And of course, P.H. Nargeolet, the French legendary submersible dive pilot, a friend of mine. It's a very small community. I've known P.H. for 25 years. For him to have died tragically in this way is almost impossible for me to process.
It is certainly haunting to consider that comparison to the Titanic and what happened to the 5 people on board this submersible vehicle. James, I want to ask you, though, since you've been down on these dive missions before, we talked about the safety risks. We've reported on the fact that the people on board signed waivers. They knew that this was dangerous and that there weren't very many other vehicles that could come get them out if something goes wrong. How aware were you of those concerns and those risks before you went down? And is there anything that should be done when it comes to safety in the future?
Look, it's comparing apples and oranges here. I went with a very proven system when I dove at Titanic with the Russian submersibles. They used very, very well understood design methodologies, and they had an excellent operating record when I dove with them, and they continued to have an excellent operating record, flawless operating record throughout their entire career. I think they're now retired, but I always had great confidence. Now, having said that, I always had confidence in the sub. The Titanic wreck site is a very hostile place. It's a dangerous site to dive. If you think of a typical research dive, you go down and you're really just operating over a bottom. You may be looking for organisms, you may be looking at geology. Hydrothermal vent sites can be a bit dangerous as well. But Titanic, you've got, this 8-story, 10-story high structure with overhanging metal structures. It's a twisted mess. You can get entangled. And entanglement was always a concern of ours, but we dove with a 2-sub system. We always felt confident that if one of the subs got ensnared, you'd still have communication, you'd still have life support, you'd still have power, you'd have another sub there that could help you manage the problem. We always felt that we were on pretty safe ground. This sub had no backup. It didn't have a lot of backup systems from what I understand, and it was predicated on what I think of as a fundamentally flawed design principle, which is a carbon fiber hull, which when I first heard about a move toward composite hulls, and this was many years ago, even when I was designing my sub, there was another sub that was sort of in competition with us to get to the Challenger Deep that was operated by a guy named Chris Welsh for Richard Branson. And they had a composite hull, and I told those guys, I said, somebody's going to get killed in that sub or in a sub like it. And the DNA of the Ocean Gate sub was in that sub at the time. 2 hemispherical end caps and a carbon fiber cylinder in the center. And I never believed in that, because the way it fails is it delaminates, because you have to have a hull, a pressure hull made.
It was also had glue holding it together. As we said earlier, it had some thicker than Elmer's glue.
Made out of a contiguous material like steel or like titanium, which is the proven standard, or like acrylic. I have a small equity stake in I think one of the best submersible companies in the world, Triton Submersibles, and they use acrylic for their hulls. But once again, it's a contiguous material, so you can do computer modeling to see how it'll behave. But this Ocean Gate sub had sensors on the inside of the hull to give them a warning when it was starting to crack. And I think if that's your idea of safety, then you're doing it wrong. You don't, and they probably had warning that their hull was starting to delaminate.
See, like we were saying in the other video, how it was confirmed they had like a 19-minute warning before something bad was about to happen. So, yeah, that's not really a good system to have. It's like you're about to die and there's nothing you can do about it. It's like that's not really it's just not really a great idea, in my opinion.
And it's starting to crack because, as Bob pointed out, it's our belief, we understand from inside the community, that they had dropped their ascent weights and they were coming up trying to manage an emergency.
Yeah, and to your point, a warning only goes so far when you have the ability to get back to the surface, or there's a backup vehicle there to come help you out of a bad situation. James Cameron, thank you so much for your time. I would like to bring Bob Ballard back in while we still have him on the line here, because Bob, I understand the wreckage of the Titanic here, it's not going to last forever. What more can we learn, should we learn about that shipwreck, and what can we do as we continue to explore this space in the ocean?
Well, the Titanic's bow went deep in. The anchor you were just showing is almost touching the sediment, so it went far in. And what we've learned about the deep sea is as soon as you go in a couple centimeters, it's anoxic. So when we were down, we could literally scrape away the mud and you see a brand new hull. So the Titanic's bow is literally being held together by the fact that it's deep into the mud. And we all have different views. I think the Titanic, the main hull and those main pieces will be there for a long, long time.
All right. So, yeah, that was a very good video by James Cameron. So, I will see. I'm gonna play I'll play the thing Latina sent me, and then I'll play this other clip of him talking about the submersible. Let's see. Ads. More ads. That's all good. I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Joining us right now is James Cameron, diver.
All right. So this is another one of James Cameron when he was on CNN. I know they're woke, but in this situation about the submersible, this was interesting. And I am about to play the thing that Latina sent me. I'll do it after this.
Explorer, director of The Abyss, a deep-sea thriller, and most famously, of course, Titanic as well as many other great films. James, I appreciate you joining us. Someone who's devoted his life to exploration as you have in many ways under the sea. I'm wondering what is going through your mind tonight.
Well, thanks, Anderson. I mean, obviously, we're all kind of heartsick from the outcome of this, and I've been living with it for a few days now, as some of my other colleagues in the deep submergence community. I was out on a ship myself when the event happened on Sunday. The first I heard of it was Monday morning. I immediately got on my network because it's, you know, a very small community in the deep submergence group, and found out some information within about a half hour that they had lost comms and they had lost tracking simultaneously. The only scenario that I could come up with in my mind that could account for that was an implosion, a shockwave event so powerful that it actually took out a secondary system that has its own its own pressure vessel and its own battery power supply, which is the transponder that the ship uses to track where the sub is. So I was thinking implosion then. That's Monday morning. I got on the horn again with some other people, tracked down some intel that was probably of a military origin, although it could have been research, because there are hydrophones all over the Atlantic, and got confirmation that there was some kind of loud noise consistent with an implosion event. That seemed to me enough confirmation that I let all of my inner circle of people know that we had lost our comrades, and I encouraged everybody to raise a glass in their honor on Monday. Then I watched over the ensuing days this whole sort of everybody running around with their hair on fire search, knowing full well that it was futile, hoping against hope that I was wrong.
Yeah, because they had to see exactly what blew up down there. As James Cameron clearly says, it was the submersible. But they would need to be technically sure. And then the news, and everybody's like, they're still down there, and they're floating around. And then the whole thing about them still being down there. And it's so cold down there. It's so cold down there. I mean, they would have been freezing.
But knowing in my bones that I wasn't. And so it certainly wasn't a surprise today. And I just feel terrible for the families that had to go through all these false hopes that kept getting dangled, you know, as it played out.
Scent delivers a high bang for your buck.
In that first interaction.
I just want to you said it was on Monday that you learned of these listening devices under the water had picked up the sound of an implosion, or what was believed to be an implosion.
Yeah, that's as it came to me. Now that's hearsay, multiple. You know, they were credible sources, right. So, you know, I took that as a factor that I multiplied in with the other factors, and I couldn't think of any other scenario in which a sub would be lost where it lost comms and navigation at the same time and stayed out of touch and did not surface. I was also told, and I don't have confirmation on this, that they were on descent, they were a couple hundred meters above the seafloor, and they dropped their weights. Now, the only way for the ship to know that they had dropped their ascent weights, which would be an emergency abort, is if they had called that in, that they were ascending. So
exactly what we reviewed earlier about the transmissions, the other YouTubers, like the video Amanda sent me, how they were transmitting information for 19 minutes about how it was flooding, there was water coming in, and how it was causing so much problems and it imploded. So, man is brilliant. Man is brilliant. And before we had confirmation about this, he was able to hypothesize what happened.
I believe now that they had some warning, that they heard some acoustic signature of the hull beginning to delaminate. An investigation will hopefully eventually show what did happen, because we all need to know as we go forward. The deep submergence community needs to know exactly what happened.
You've made dozens of, just extraordinary deep water expeditions, including more than 30 to the Titanic itself. You've also gone far deeper than the 13,000 feet where the Titanic is. I think you've gone deeper than just about anybody into the ocean. I wrote it into, I forgot the name of the place you went, but the Challenger Deep, which is just extraordinary. You went in your own design. Yeah, you went in your own designed craft that's a submersible that was experimental and didn't go through the sort of the standard safety protocols. But the difference is you were not taking passengers on board. Would you ever have taken passengers on board a submersible that had not gone through the standard maritime safety protocols?
No, not at all. I mean, my sub that I went to the Challenger Deep dove safely 3 times deeper than Titanic. We made multiple dives in that sub.
See how compacted his is, how intricate it is, and how tiny it is, and he's in like a sphere. The other thing was too big and spacious. It has to be tight.
Was a single-seater, and it was only contemplated that myself and the engineer with whom I co-designed the vehicle would be the only pilots of that sub, and we worked on it for 7 years. We knew every detail of it intimately. I was involved in every phase of the testing, so I assessed the risks. I understood them very well, and those were risks I was willing to take. I would never take it upon myself to ask someone else to take that type of risk. And if I were designing a multi-seat vehicle where I intended to be the pilot, we'd go through all of the rigorous test protocols and review protocols that you have with, let's say, ABS, which is the American Bureau of Shipping, or DNV, or German Lloyd's, who are the major bureaus that class a sub. They call it classing, but it's basically certification. And I think it was unconscionable that this group did not go through that rigorous process.
What is, this was an experimental design. There's no question about it. It's a carbon composite. You can tell us more about what that actually means. I mean, it's the kind of stuff used in spacecraft, but is it designed for deep underwater pressure? And what is the danger of that kind of material in this kind of environment?
It's completely inappropriate for a vessel that sees external pressure. Carbon fiber composites are used very, very successfully for internal pressure vessels, like, let's say, a scuba tank. And you can get 2 or 3 times multiple of what you could get out of steel or aluminum for that type of pressure bottle. But for something that's seeing external pressure, all of the advantages of composite materials go away and all the disadvantages come into play. So if you're using a uniform material like steel or titanium or ceramic or acrylic, you can do computer modeling with a high degree of accuracy and confidence. The second you start doing carbon composite or
that's funny, Amanda. But speaking of that, technically, his didn't have the toilets on there. No. They had to take a certain pill where they wouldn't go to the bathroom.
Or any kind of composite materials, you're introducing 2 materials that are in contact with each other. The filament itself and then the epoxy matrix that it sits within. And at that point you have degradation failure. So we always understood that this was the wrong material for submersible hulls, because with each pressure cycle you can have progressive damage. So it's quite insidious, because you may have a number of successful dives, which is what happened here, and then have it fail later. If I were diving in a sub that was fully certified, I wouldn't think about it. But even in my own sub, which had a steel hull, I knew that if I dove several 2 or 3 times, it was probably good to go, because you can cycle steel hundreds of times, if not thousands of times. But that's not the case with composites. So it's quite insidious, and that, I think, lulled them into a sense of confidence and led to this tragedy. But these are known things. They're known within the engineering community.
And they're, well, we also want to point out OceanGate's former director of marine operations, he wrote this engineering report in 2018, I think it was. He focused his criticisms on the company's decision to rely on acoustic monitoring the sounds the hull made under pressure as opposed to a scan of the hull. According to him, the company claimed no equipment existed that could perform that kind of a scan on the 5-inch thick carbon fiber hull. I know it's difficult to say, obviously, without reading the report, but I'm wondering what you make of that, because it seems like this company was making a big deal about the sensors they had that could, sense a problem with the hull, and if they could sense there was a problem, then they would have time to turn around and go back up. Clearly, they didn't.
It's a bit like saying we have a bit of a poor design for the engine in our jet or our rocket ship, but we have a sensor that will tell us if it's on fire. To me, that's cold comfort, and I think that if you're building a hull where you need to have sensors to tell you that it's failing, in the process of failing, you have no business designing subs or being in them.
This man's like comfort.
That it's failing, in the process of failing, you have no business designing subs or being in that. But we have a sensor that will tell us if it's on fire. To me, that's cold comfort. We have a bit of a poor design for the engine in our jet or our rocket ship, but we have a sensor that will tell us if it's on fire. To me, that's cold comfort, and I think that if you're building a hull where you need to have sensors to tell you that it's failing, in the process of failing, you have no business designing subs or being in that sub. They touted it, I believe, as a good thing, as a safety protocol, but I consider it a bad thing because it sheds a light directly on the fundamental flaw of their design. You have to remember the DNA of this design concept goes back farther. It goes back to the quest to go to the Challenger Deep that I was involved in, obviously. And there was another sub design that was competing with ours at the time that was based on a wound filament composite cylinder with 2 titanium end caps. And I told those guys point blank, you're going to get killed in that thing. And they ultimately never dove it. I literally told the guy who bought the sub when its owner, Steve Fawcett, the famous billionaire, died in a plane crash, and the sub was then purchased by another guy to operate it. And I told him, you're going to die down there if you dive that thing. And I felt very strongly about it. I had nothing to do with OceanGate, and I never tried to warn Stockton Rush of the same thing because I thought maybe they've solved it, But I was pretty opinionated about it at the time, and they had a similar idea of doing acoustic sensors too. They call it delamination when water ingress starts to force the layers of
and glue
fibers apart. And theoretically you can hear it. I actually believe they heard it with their ears, not through the sensor system.
All right, that was excellent by James Cameron. That was great. So to answer chat's questions, because chat has some questions, Latina says, okay, so it takes an hour and 40 minutes to get down there, Latina, and an hour and 40 minutes to come back up. And yes, Amanda, that's true. They did. That's how long they had oxygen in there. You're correct. And also, so they flooded and it imploded under 20 minutes. They think, yeah, because you see, the microphone falls over, and but it's okay. The microphone's gonna be all right. He's gonna stay right there. Okay, good. So basically, it's like you're in a thing and the thing's going off that something's going to happen right before it happens. So it's like you're about to die. Congratulations. And it's like all of a sudden, SC Wolverines comes and he's like, it's your boy, SC Marines. And you're about to die in 19 minutes. That's not really a good system to have in there. That it's going to warn them right before you're about to die. And the thing was leaking. Like there was water coming in slowly while they're coming up. So I can't even bear to imagine the terror these people felt before they imploded. I felt that it was terrible what these people had to go through, and they must have been looking at Rush like an angry duck. And yes, you need to glue it down. Yeah, you definitely need to glue it down, exactly. And also, for some strange reason, I had a craving for sub with American chips, cheese, and drink. Yeah, me too, SC Wolverines. Yes, indeed. Now I'm going to play the long-awaited video from what Latina sent me, and then I'm going to get to the USS Dolphin. Alright. Well, this thing has to load. It's gonna load. It's gonna load. Yeah. So here we go. I'm getting the video up. Yeah, Rush glue. Alright. So I'm going to play the first video Latina sent me, and then I'll also look for the dolphin thing and play the other thing she sent me. Alright.
The CEO of United Airlines last month, the CEO, he announced of all the hiring for all the new pilots that are coming up this year, all the hiring for the new pilots, the main focus is going to be diversity. What? Diversity? Not the best pilots you can find? The ones with the most hours of experience? I don't know about you, but I'm sick and tired of flying all the time with these white pilots landing safely and on time. The CEO of United Airlines last month, the CEO, he announced of all the hiring for all the new pilots that are coming up this year, all the hiring for the new pilots, the main focus is going to be diversity. What? Diversity? Not the best pilots you can find? The ones with the most hours of experience? I don't know about you, but I'm sick and tired of flying all the time with these white pilots landing safely and on time. The CEO of United Airlines last month, the CEO, he announced of all the hiring for all the new pilots that are coming up this year, all the hiring for the new pilots, the main focus is going to be diversity. What? Diversity? Not the best pilots you can find? The ones with the most hours of experience? I don't know about you, but I'm sick and tired of flying all the time with these white pilots landing safely and on time. The CEO of United Airlines last month, the CEO, he announced of all the hiring for all the new pilots that are coming up this year, all the hiring for the new pilots, the main focus is going to be diversity. What? Diversity? Not the best pilots you can find? The ones with the most hours of experience? I don't know about you, but I'm sick and tired of flying all the time with these white pilots landing safely and on time.
Thanks, Latina. I got some cool information about the thing, the little boat. This is the USS Dolphin, and then I'm going to play the other thing Latina sent me after this. this is like some things from inside of it. Let's see if this works. Alright, so this is inside the USS Dolphin. That was... I'll read, like, what's going on here. So, the USS Dolphin was a United States Navy diesel-electric deep-diving research and development submarine. She was commissioned in 1968 and decomposed. No, I got this. Decompositioned, rather, in 2007. Her 38-year career was the longest in history for a U.S. Navy submarine. She was the Navy's last operational, conventionally powered submarine. Dolphin was designed under Project SCB-207. Her keel was laid on the 9th of November, 1962 at Portsmouth Navy Yard, Kittery, Maine. She was launched on 28 June 1968. Sponsored by Miss Maggie Shinobu Lene, wife of Senator Daniel K. Lanoye, and commissioned on the 17th of August of 1968, and Lieutenant Commander J.R. McDonald commanded it.
They were going to sink this to be a reef. They were going to sink this to be a reef. Sink?
Yeah, it's some people like touring it, and that you could see is very interesting in there.
That's what they said.
This reminds me of Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. You see how intricate this thing is? And this thing wouldn't be able to go down to where the Titanic was. This thing wouldn't be able to make it. So Rush thought his trash can hot water heater trailer could go down there, but this thing couldn't. Just, it's ridiculous.
Because see if you can sit down. Oh. You see anything? Just sit down right here.
Where's the Xbox controller? Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, okay.
So usually this thing would rise up.
You sit down right here, Toy.
There's the Xbox controller, chat. It's like, how many Xbox controllers does you have up in here? And the Dolphin sub is like, yes.
stop here.
This thing can't go down to Titanic, but my Xbox controller and my this thing can. This thing can, but that can't. SC Wolverines is yeah, chat's on fire tonight. Oh, we made a breakthrough, everybody. We found the OG toilet that precedes the Titan. Titan had some competition. I like how you see how like intricate these things have to be. You can't just get your local barrel, like a barrel, and put some, just not even seats either. And like where the window is, where everybody looks at the Titanic, that's where we're gonna put the toilet too. Not in the back part, but we're gonna put it like right where the window is. He wants you to smell the fumes, like, you know, that's basically like what the Titan thing is. But this, you see how intricate this Dolphin, the USS Dolphin is? Exactly, Amanda. This thing has a door. Exactly. I've been on a World War II bomber plane, because they come over here sometimes, and this is what this reminds me of. Like, these things are really intricately built.
Can you open it? No. Oh, try. See if you can open it. This one. What is this one? Oh, they have eyes. We can go at the bottom.
Yeah, so that's inside the USS Dolphin. Yeah, this is not even the USS Dolphin. This is the USS Pennsylvania, but you get an idea about what these submarines look like. And there's dolphins swimming with it, so I kind of got memed, but yeah. Yeah, Jacob. I like subs, and I'm part German. I have it on both sides, and yeah. And I know after the Second World War, my relatives were in America. They fought the Nazis, and yes, the Americans took a lot of the information from the Nazi subs and stuff, and they incorporated it into ours with the different scientists and things. And yeah, exactly. I think the subs are very interesting, and I like Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. Yeah, I love these things. Yeah, and this is a nuclear submarine. So if like China or one of those countries got kind of like they want to go mess with America, this thing would have ended their whole career. I love submarines. I do. Let's see. This is James Cameron going into that submarine. Let's see. And then I'll play another video from Latina.
The only character. In this story, James Cameron isn't the only character taking the voyage to the Mariana Trench's deepest point, Challenger Deep.
Do you want to see how we're going to do it?
Yes, let's
do it.
see
the vehicle?
Yeah. This, in Cameron's eyes, is the other. His submersible, Deep Sea Challenger. It took a team of scientists and the National Geographic Society more than 7 years to make a sub able to withstand pressures at the trench's depths, 16,000 pounds per square inch.
So it does stay vertical. Flies like a seahorse.
Flies like a seahorse.
Yeah, you know how it just stays upright in the water column, got a little fin on the back?
I want to tell you a little bit more about Deep Sea Challenger as it's docked and resting and being worked on here.
It weighs 12 tons, and even though it's on its side, it's actually 24 feet high. It's powered by these specially created lithium batteries, and its body is made up of a syntactic foam that was developed by Cameron and his team of scientists. And that color that you see there, Cameron calls that Kawasaki green.
I'm pretty used to clambering around this thing.
It's a one-seater designed to have Cameron encased in a protective pod. How tall are you?
6'2". And
it would have been easier if it had been built for me. It is a tight fit.
I'm pretty much like this for about 10 hours.
You're not worried about cramps or anything?
Not yet.
Cameron expects time will pass as he captures 3D images and hopefully sea life from the trench's floor, as he has already done on previous test dives.
And I can actually slurp up little critters, or I can suck onto an animal and pick him up and drop him into a bio box.
If something goes wrong, there is a fail-safe system, a series of weights released with the flip of a switch. It brings little comfort to Cameron's mother, who worries.
I love my family, my kids. There's nothing I love more. But I also have to do this. I also have to go look. It's like Jimmy Stewart says in How the West Was Won. Sometimes you just got to go see the critter.
The Challenger's frontier awaits. Jason Carroll, CNN, on board the Mermaid Sapphire in the Solomon Sea.
Yeah, so that's basically of when he was going down there. All right. Yes, Sarah. Yes. Wow.
China building a bunch of escalators in the middle of nowhere that are not connected to anything, that go nowhere, that serve no purpose. Well, I can tell you, as someone that lived in China for 10 years, I don't ask why are they doing this. I say, of course they're doing this. Because China is chock full of so many different ridiculous government projects that just get lost in translation or rotten from corruption from the inside out that it would make your head spin. So why don't we talk about some of the absolute most ridiculous, most dangerous, and craziest government projects that China is doing right at this moment. As you can see here, our first example, our beautiful escalator that goes into the middle of nowhere. Wouldn't you like if you lived in Idaho somewhere, and then you're walking through the woods, and then all of a sudden you see a big dirt pile, and all of a sudden, randomly, there's a escalator going up it, but there's nothing at the top. What would you say? What would you do? Well, it turns out around China there was a government initiative to make lives of farmers or agricultural type people easier. So they got some government funding to put in some escalators that, I guess, go up to the crops or go up to where people are planting. That was the initial idea. That's what's being speculated. But a lot of Chinese people in the countryside are very, very confused as to why this is actually happening. But it doesn't stop there. Sometimes it can actually become rather hilarious. Behold the mighty reveal, the double toilet. Now this is good luck. This is fantastic. In Chinese, you should know that double of something or shuang is very, very lucky. So 2 toilets is especially lucky. Now, why would something like this happen? Funnily enough, people around the world know that China has a really, really bad sanitation system. It's a very, very dirty country.
This is pretty disgusting. This guy's kitchen. See, there's his cooking stuff. There are his woks on the wall. Is his toilet. Toilet and kitchen in one. See, they're even like vegetables and stuff here ready, and eggs ready to be prepared. It's gross, dude. It's fucking gross.
If you get outside the main city centers, it's absolutely filthy. And that's just because there's tons of people. It's not very developed. The infrastructure is just not there. But in particular, the plumbing and the sewage and the toilet situations, absolutely nightmarish. The toilets that I saw around China were actually shocking.
Cringe. This is cringe. Yeah, like, and the people are communists in China. But you see, like, the Reds, like, Karl Marx was saying about how the Chinese wouldn't be able to handle the communism and stuff, and he thought the Chinese were primitive, and well, there you go. But see how the people, they gravitate towards these ideologies, and the people don't even like them. Like the Marxists wouldn't even like these people. I think you might have a point there, Dark Meta.
So Xi Jinping came up with the toilet campaign, and that was to revitalize China's toilet situation. Now, of course, this had pretty much zero effect on most of the country, but in some of the tourist hotspots and some of the major city centers, they put in some actual toilets. You know, most of the toilets in China you got to squat on. They put some actual Western toilets that you sit on in some of these city centers.
This looks like a prison toilet. Well, this one, those look like worse than prison toilets. Those look like abyssal toilets.
Most of the toilets in China you got to squat on.
Yes, Amanda, I know they're communists, but like they like communism. But Karl Marx was against the Chinese people, and they still embrace his ideology anyway.
Actual Western toilets that you sit on in some of these city centers. And of course, a lot got lost in translation. Number one being the square toilet seat on the circle toilet bowl. Number two, probably, I mean, most likely you don't want to be sitting leg to leg or be able to hold hands with a person that you're sitting next to when you're taking a dump.
This is cringe. Like, there's nothing in between. Like in America, we got these like I'm sure in other countries too. There's these stalls, but they don't even have stalls there. They're like Rush. They're too cheap to get the right thing done.
Probably have some sort of barrier between yourselves.
Let's take a look at this truck stop. Oh, God, this is gross.
Imagine the diseases that would be going on here. These people are so primitive. These people are so primitive. Like, how they go to the restroom. It's so cringe.
This is... Wow. Oh, wow. This is bad. The smell. The smell is just... Oh, my word. Oh, that's just disgusting. I'm out of here.
But, as ridiculous as that is, I cannot tell you how many times I've had to squat literally right next to people with nothing in between, taking a dump.
This is unbelievable. Like, okay, chat, all the woke people, all the basketball players that are complaining about how bad America is or slavery or something, like, they need to go to this country. They need to go here. Since America is such a terrible place, they need to go here. Oh, I know, because the Marxists, Marx felt that the Chinese were a primitive people that smoked opium all day, and the ideology was put there to destroy them. Like, it's like Karl Marx doesn't like somebody, and they go embrace this ideology anyway. Like, it's so goofy.
While other people were sitting there squatting, reading the newspaper. One time I saw a guy playing Game Boy, for God's sakes, in this trough area of absolute filth. It's so disgusting. So, compared to that, What an epic improvement. Great use of government funds. I've been getting weird emails and messages, and it turns out it's not a coincidence. I'm being targeted. But these days, there's more attacks than ever, and it's not just me who's being targeted, it's you too. And that's why I'm proud to say that today's video is brought to you by Guardio. Guardio is the best browser extension out there for security. After I downloaded the extension from the Chrome or Edge store and ran the scan, I was absolutely shocked at how many malicious things were already on my computer. Running Guardio not only cleans up existing threats, but in real time, it blocks them from happening in the first place. From Facebook scams to malicious extensions, Guardio blocks them. If you think a traditional antivirus will keep you safe,
Yes, that's Guardio if y'all, interested.
Get you information.
All right.
Guard.io.
Okay.
Issues.
All right. Yeah, exactly, Latina. Exactly, Latina. This man said the shit river.
Of course, we know that China's infrastructure does have issues. LaoY86, the link's in the description, and you're gonna get 20% off after your free trial. Thanks. Of course, we know that China's infrastructure does have...
Like Rush, I think all these the communist leaders are like Rush.
Issues. And in this case, a lot of things are built just for the sake of building them. China will say, hey, we need to have a walkable city center so that we can be, at the forefront of propaganda to show how amazing our government is to provide for its people. What they end up doing is squandering a lot of money in corruption because they'll use hollow building materials. Now, I saw this. I went through ghost cities around China.
Look at these people. These primitive people. Okay, so...
Does have it at risk. So, if LaoY86, the links... Of course, we know that China's infrastructure does have issues.
My man,
and in this case,
my man, a full man, fell himself into the river. When you chat, when you thought you've seen it all, think again. Exactly, Latina. Yeah, because they want to fit in, or they're dumb. Exactly. Oh, Mao Zedong. He never brushed his teeth ever. He never had any kind of things, anything done to his teeth, and his teeth were decayed beyond decayed, and he did some bad stuff with young girls. Mao Zedong, yeah. He was cringe, and these people, yeah, the Reds, because now Marx himself was kind of different than the other communists that came later, because everybody had their own idea how it would work, and it just got worse and worse as it went on. It was like Rush, and then there's like another Rush, and there's an even worse Rush, and it just keeps on, like they're making a Titan, and then they make a worse Titan, and it just doesn't ever get corrected. Yeah, because Marx was saying that the Chinese, they're primitive, and they smoke opium, because see, the Chinese had these opium dens. Like the British people, they went over there and they did some chat's on fire. They did some drugs up in there. The British were like, here's some drugs, and they're like, all right. And then they took it, and that's what they did. And the Marxists were looking over there, because the communist revolution was supposed to be something like the workers would overthrow the people, but the Chinese were something even lower than that. They were like the something even more, I think, not the peasants, something like that. Like there's the workers and the peasants, there's different levels, and they were like the lowest group that was so like underdeveloped. Like they didn't think the communist revolution would happen there or Russia. Like ironically, like the communists, they didn't like the Russians or the Chinese, but they're the ones that embraced our ideology. It's hysterical.
A lot of things are built just for the sake of building them. China will say, hey, we need to have a walkable city center so that we can be, at the forefront of propaganda to show how amazing our government is to provide for its people. What they end up doing is squandering a lot of money in corruption because they'll use hollow building materials. Now, I saw this. I went through ghost cities around China, and I saw that a lot of the concrete was actually made with things like cardboard or twine. They will literally cut any cost possible because they're getting so much money from investors or the government. If there's a way to cut costs, if there's a way to kind of make things cheaper and kind of...
Look at this place. I am cringing. I knew communism was always bad, but you see the cringe. All the people in America that say they kneel for the anthem and how terrible this country is. Look at this. This is absurd. You know, we got toilets here. We got cyber toilets. We got advanced toilets. Even Russia has a toilet on a submersible, but these in China, they don't even have a darn toilet. You see how, like, I'll show a picture of it later, but the Grand Communist Chinese Congress, how grand and elegant it looks compared to this is just cringe. Yeah. You know, these people obviously, you know, they certainly didn't do their communism, which communism doesn't work at all, and they just made it even worse. It's something that they weren't able to handle because it's just a terrible ideology.
Fast things, or as we say in Chinese, 差不多, then they will do it. They will do it for sure. Especially true when the government is involved. Now, are some of these projects that we're going to talk about as ridiculous?
Yeah, they could be doing that, Jacob. This was uploaded 2 weeks ago, this video. But yeah, I heard something like that, Jacob. But yeah, they really have a lot of improvement to do. You can't just give the people toilets. This is cringe.
What is this? You tell me. This is a ring toss game at a Chinese carnival with a goose taped to a chair. Can you get the ring over the goose's neck?
Wow, this is... You see how primitive these creatures are in China? How they do this? They're so inhuman. Like, them and the communists, they could just hold hands together and march for comfort. And then they could go on Russia's woke sub, and they could all be together. Wow.
That is the ultimate question. Now, this is not a government campaign, but I just literally could not help myself from including this clip because I just can't imagine how much of a tizzy animal rights people will get in and how embarrassed the Chinese government will be to know that this exists. Anyway, moving on from the gooseneck. Chinese infrastructure has a massive problem. I mean, this is...
I can't believe what I'm watching. Chat, I'm marveled. I'll take it a step further and say I'm enchanted.
Moving on from the gooseneck. Chinese infrastructure has a massive problem. I mean, this is a clip from one of the richest cities in China, downtown Shenzhen. So this is like the premier place. And something I noticed in China, they just can't get their drainage right. They've had tunnels flooded in the past few years where up to 1,000 people have died.
Yeah, this is the utopia.
They have had situations where entire cities just get submerged. And it's almost like there's flood season. Like, you know, you have that in like underdeveloped countries, but China's always trying to laud itself as some sort of like socialist beacon of infrastructure, and they just can't make anything well. I mean, there's just so much money being put into propaganda to make...
Even like the time of, as I said, in the time of the 1800s, when Karl Marx was alive, they were even saying these people were primitive, and here you go.
Look good when in fact they can't even get basic drainage right. And that's just the truth of the situation. So think about that when you want China to build your infrastructure projects in your country, because this just happened. This is in Chongqing, China's new darling.
Exactly, Latina.
And that's just the truth of the situation. So think about that when you want China to build your infrastructure projects in your country, because this just happened. This is in Chongqing, China's new darling child city. They want everyone to go there and film it. They think it's fantastic. And it is just becoming a sinkhole. There's giant areas where stuff is just...
It's like, whoop.
China's new... Build your infrastructure.
Just look at the roads.
Projects in your country, because this just happened. This is in Chongqing, China's new darling child city. They want everyone to go there and film it. They think it's fantastic. And it is just becoming a sinkhole. There's giant areas where stuff is just falling. They don't plan out the building. They don't plan out the construction. They don't plan out where things should be. And stuff gets literally sucked into the earth. It gets sucked down into the pit of hell. But if you thought that was stupid, if you think the lack of infrastructure in cities and creating massive sinkholes and billions of dollars of road infrastructure going away is stupid, then you won't believe what China's been doing recently. I've actually just been trying to wrap my head around this one for a really long time now, and I cannot believe this, but it looks like China's trying to put itself back in like Mao's time with some new farm initiatives. Xi Jinping apparently has been declaring that only certain crops are allowed in certain areas. So it's trying to be like a top-down planning on where people can grow certain things. So China already has a big problem with agriculture. They don't make enough food. They have to import like a huge percentage of their food, which would cause complete famine and disaster. Was cut off from the rest of the world. But here we can see thousands and thousands of pieces of farm equipment that are being confiscated by police. And that is because of...
Just like in the America, how China is seizing farmland, like they constantly harass Georgia Peach all the time. They harass people with their companies and things they're connected with in America. Yeah, total cringe.
Apparently, they were going to be used on a farm that was growing the wrong crops, or at least this is what's being spread around in China. They've been sending around police to go destroy crops that are not supposed to be there. So let's say you grow grapes because you want to make some extra money, they will cut down the grapes. If you're growing wheat where it's not supposed to be grown, they will cut down the wheat. If you're growing potatoes, but you've been designated by the central government that you're only allowed to grow sorghum, they will rip up the potatoes and actually send police to arrest you, throw you in jail, and fine you, and rip up all your crops. This is so unbelievably counterintuitive to how China should be run. It already has a really dysfunctional government that is completely rotten to the core with corruption, but there's always been this weird gray area where people can kind of do what they want to make ends meet, to make a little bit of money. Keep in mind, the average Chinese farmer that I spoke to pretty much earns less than $3,000 per year. And this is usually a whole family that has to rely on this income.
Yeah, that is outrageous. Yeah, this is outrageous, how these people live and what they're doing and how these police just come in and take all their stuff. And the left wants this here. Well, they want to be the ones in control of it, really.
People in the Chinese countryside already have a huge problem making a salary. And keep in mind, a lot of the farmers I spoke to, pretty much the vast majority of them actually, make less than $5,000 a year in China. So imagine you're already struggling to make ends meet, so you make a bumper crop of something else. Let's say you want to make some money off some fruit on the side on your plot of land. Well, you can't do that now in a lot of these areas because the government has decided to delude itself into thinking that its plan is better than people trying to take care of themselves. Think about that for 2 seconds before you think China is some sort of socialist paradise. It's a socialist hellhole because there are no social programs. China doesn't take care of its farmers or elderly. There are no social programs for them, and they will destroy your crops when you try to make enough. I mean, what is this? This is Soviet Union and old China coming back again because it's the same playbook. Xi Jinping in current China is using the same playbook as Chairman Mao did, which caused tens of millions of deaths. I don't even want to get started on all the, falling buildings and tofu buildings and the horrible, horrible construction. The stuff that was made in China 50 years ago is a hell of a lot higher quality than the...
And we have all of our stuff made in China, chat. We have everything. Oh my god. This is cringe that we have so much stuff made in China. We need to start making stuff here again. I mean, they're buildings and the plastic stuff. I mean, these people are so lazy. It's like... make the IQ needs to go up like at least to to one, to one. Let's try 1 point. You know, like
playbook as Chairman Mao did, which caused tens of millions of deaths. I don't even want to get started on all the, falling buildings and tofu buildings and the horrible, horrible construction. The stuff that was made in China 50 years ago is a hell of a lot higher quality than the stuff that's being built now, to the point where they have to actually get rid of all these extra buildings that they've made. There have been trillions of dollars spent on all this real estate investment to make China look rich. But what they've done is created entire cities for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people in some cases, when I was touring through China, that have no one in them. The only way that they can deal with this is to actually just wreck all of these buildings and reclaim the land, because they went nowhere. And think about how many millions of people lost out on their investments on all these ghost cities. A lot of people weren't paid back from the banks or the central government. In fact, a lot of those bank protests that you might have seen a while back in Hunan and stuff, they haven't been resolved. The Evergrande crisis hasn't been resolved either. The other day, a massive new piece of bridge fell down. These are the amazing infrastructure projects that you see in China.
It's so weird. You would think some country like that would want to make sure they have everything built correctly. Exactly, our devices. Latino, you are cool people. Facts.
Amazing China, so developed, so on top of things. Look at the decaying infrastructure of America and the West while China leads the world. For God's sakes, they just finished this underwater tunnel. A massive, beautiful project that was all over Chinese propaganda. And guess what? It flooded and leaked. Do you want to drive?
We thought the hood was bad. But China's like, hold my beer. Or hold my ping pongs.
The ocean for miles, and then all of a sudden it starts flooding. Oh, wait a second. That already happened in Zhengzhou when they built the tunnel that flooded and over 1,000 people died. And then instead of acknowledging those people's death,
damn,
when people laid down flowers to pay their respects to all the dead, they actually censored off where the flowers were because China didn't want people to know how many people died in that tunnel because it went against their official narrative. There have been fires. And by the way, YouTube, don't freak out and don't age restrict this video. Don't be absolutely ridiculous because I'm not showing any deaths. But when there's fires in China, a lot of people die. And I'm not going to show any deaths. Don't worry. You don't even know if anyone died in this fire. But anyway, when fires happen, do you know why a lot of people die? Why a lot of these buildings get burned out? Because of COVID. During COVID lockdowns, they actually sealed people in their house.
Yeah, that's something that I know from the early days of COVID, around 2019, 2020. I was looking into the COVID stuff and in China. And yeah, people were locked up in their homes. People were bolted in. And they did all kinds of crazy things.
Happen when you make a government mandate where you seal people in their houses and then there's a fire. What do you think is going to happen? Not to mention, in a huge swath of China, pretty much everywhere I live, there's bars nailed or screwed into every single window. And by the way, why do you think all those people die in those fires? Oh, wait. Did you force all the firemen to get negative COVID tests before they went in to actually rescue people? Because yes. And by the way, when you make new cities and new areas...
Look at this hose. It's pathetic.
Do you actually make working fire hydrants? Oh, that's right. Due to corruption in the Chinese government, a lot of times, and this is becoming a massive issue right now, a lot of the times the fire hydrants don't even work. They make the metal shell of a fire hydrant. And then when there's a fire, which they don't expect to happen, of course, they try to go and get the fire truck there to hook up to the fire hydrant. And guess what? The fire hydrant was never hooked up to water because it's fake. They'd rather pillage the money from the government. And due to government corruption throughout all of China, people die, and they have to try to use a little tiny hose connected to someone's house, which of course isn't going to reach. Do you guys remember the massive, huge bragging rights that China tried to get by saying that they came up with hundreds of thousands of these COVID capsules? These little quarantine facilities where you and your family can be starved to death inside one of these little metal container ship things. The idea was that if you created all these COVID kind of camps,
like a concentration camp.
outside the cities. You could bus people over there. They could quarantine and then come back to real life when they're kind of over the virus. They built so many of these. They built cities of these. They built hundreds of thousands of these metal containers to have people kind of chill out. And by the way,
it's like a concentration camp, in my opinion.
While they were building all of these, while they wasted all of this carbon and fuel and resources and metal and manpower and GDP, all of this stuff, while they threw all of this at this big project, China decided to remove the COVID restrictions and declare COVID over. In fact, you can't really even talk about it anymore. Across China, they've been putting up like sensors over all of the reminders of COVID, like wear a mask and check your temperature and get a COVID test. They're trying to cover all that up because they don't want people to talk about it anymore. Meanwhile, they built hundreds of thousands of these.
Australia did do this also. I know from my sister, she told me about that. And yeah, exactly. I could only imagine. And Sarah, yeah, exactly. That makes perfect sense. It's terrible.
Containers. Think of the sheer waste. They'll build things like tourist bridges where everyone is encouraged to go dance. Oh, look at this amazing tourist bridge. They'll get like a mandate from the top, and the government will be like, hey, we're gonna make this area where everyone can stand on a see-through bridge. And they'll be like, wow, see-through bridges, now that's cool. We saw that goes viral on TikTok, and Westerners think it looks really awesome. So since it makes our China look good, we'll build a lot of these. And guess what? They collapse. What do you expect? What do you expect when there's no oversight and tons of government corruption in the building quality of this stuff? By the way, not showing anyone dying here, so YouTube, get off your paranoia wagon, please, and leave me alone. Anyway, what do you expect when this kind of stuff happens? What do you expect when every frickin' city and mountain in the country is encouraged to build some sort of sky bridge because it does well on social media and therefore it promotes China's propaganda?
Oh yeah, I know about Mexico, Latina. It's not really the place to go, I know. And the water there, yeah, I could only imagine. And also, yeah, I think tomatoes are better in the USA and not Mexico. And also avocados, because, I don't know, in Mexico, the soil is kind of like the Chinese people.
In a campaign of trying to make China look good. What do you think actually happens? I wonder if there's a lot of oversight. Well, this guy decides to go over a cliff here and, oh, well, whoops. What did you guys notice there? Anything? You notice anything there? Well, obviously this is down to the fault of the person that actually set this up, but this is what happens when you have massive government campaigns of building things randomly and haphazardly in China with no oversight and government corruption, is that people aren't trained, the harnesses aren't made properly, the bridges collapse. There were multiple transparent bridge breaks across China. They come up with all these grand ideas and government initiatives to make China look good, and then in the end you end up with oversight like this, where this haphazard situation happens. By the way, this guy notices that his harness comes off and he looks at it and he's like, hey, and his face is kind of like, oh, woe is me. That's fine. At least I made it. I would literally attach myself back to it properly, run back over there and throw that guy off the cliff, because that is absolutely insane. What a Chad for like not freaking out over that. I don't know about you, but I don't want the Chinese government to have anything to do with any bit of infrastructure or government programs or anything in my country, because they have proven time and time again to provide literally nothing of substance. If the Chinese government could be one person, I think this would represent it absolutely perfectly. You gotta ask yourself, huh?
Yeah, that's artwork right there. That's artwork.
And of course you have all these like Westerners in the background that are like, oh my goodness, this is just majestic. How does he paint such beautiful stuff? To me, this is the CCP's substance. This is the CCP's value.
What kind of nonsense is this? This is a clown world.
You just know someone's getting paid for this. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that video. If you did, I really highly recommend you go check out my live show. It's called The China Show, where I cover China's news and current events and everything that's happening within China, especially the stuff that they don't want you to see because China doesn't allow foreign reporters to actually get content out of there. But we know people in China. They help us get material and stuff, and we talk about that every single Friday on The China Show. So
this is the video that I was showing. Yeah. So, let's see. Oh yes, this guy was really cool. Yeah, he did an excellent job. All right. Yeah, and basically, you know, we know from how the Chinese and the communist governments, what they're doing to their people, and how they're causing so much problems, and how their infrastructure in their country doesn't even work properly. It's like you go by the street and you fall through. I mean, this thing is, you know, absolutely ridiculous. So like, we'll look at a Chinese Congress or something like that. Yeah, this is the Congress. This is their like Congress. Look how beautifully done that is. But they don't treat their people like that, though. Exactly, Latina. Yeah, so this is like what the Bolsheviks in China, like how nice their the government meeting room is, but not their people's place. Exactly, Sarah. It's only the very few elites. It's crazy because, like, they say that they're doing one thing and they do another thing. You know, that's the problem with these Bolsheviks, that they have, like, the small elite gets everything, but the regular people don't get anything. The dictators, they free themselves, but they enslave the people. And thank you for showing me that, Latina. It's very nice. I liked it. Yeah. And, like, Stockton Rush was like North Korea or China. That's what he reminds me of. And also, like, the roads, I just can't believe that. But it's true. And the toilets. Oh yeah, because Venezuela, yeah, that is a very bad place. That's where communism took over, and they're in, like, lines for toilet paper. I think that is absolutely, like, crazy, like, what's going on with the people over there. It's absolutely absurd in Venezuela. Like, they're in lines for toilet paper. The people are in shambles. It's terrible. Yeah, shout out to Latina. She's a cool people. Very good at showing videos and different things. And yeah, this was about like the submersible. And this video I'm going to show, it's a short video. It's about like another example of what happens to the body at those depths.
When a manned submarine reaches its implosion depth, the consequences are fatal. Today we take a look at what happened to the passengers when their submarine reached the depth of destruction. There are two critical crushing depths underwater. The depth that engineers say is the limit for diving, and the depth at which a submarine actually implodes. In the case of OceanGate's Titan, the limit depth where it could not resist more pressure is 4,000 meters, but now we know that it has been destroyed before reaching that depth. In fact, the maximum it could have descended is 3,800 meters, in the seabed where the remains of the shipwreck are located. There are several hypotheses of why it is believed that the submarine did not hold up this time, when it had already made multiple trips to the remains of the Titanic, without suffering technical failures. The one that has the most support and credibility is that of director of Titanic and Avatar himself, James Cameron, who designed his own submarine with the help of Australian engineers, and now holds the record for the deepest voyage into the Mariana Trench, the deepest point in the ocean at about 11,000 meters below sea level. Apart from having descended to the remains of the Titanic more than 30 times, according to Cameron and confirmed by the Submersible Regulations Bureau, carbon fiber, the material with which the submersible's main hull was built, doesn't have the necessary specs to withstand thousands of pounds of pressure per square inch, as thick as it may be. Even though they made it 5 inches thick, although very strong, it's still a composite material and doesn't have the same lifespan as titanium and hardened steel, which was used on Cameron's Deep Challenger. That's why with each trip, it weakened to the point where it could no longer resist, and once cracked it ended up disintegrating, like a piece of ultra-tempered glass, under millions of tons of pressure. Sadly, the Titan sub disintegrates in a fraction of a second, turning into scrap metal, just as the signal to the mothership is lost, and communication with the polar ship on the surface is cut off. Pipes and accessories begin to fail as the carbon fiber hull with titanium parts crackles, signaling structural failure. As the hull rattles and creaks before collapsing, the implosion disintegrates everyone on board in 1 millisecond. Instead of slowly seeping in, the water rushes, either trapping air in a bubble at one end of the submersible or generating so much heat that the hull implodes, killing everyone inside. Body parts are among the rubble rising upward and now lying just a few feet from the Titanic. On board in 1 millisecond. Instead of slowly seeping in, the water rushes, either trapping air in a bubble at one end of the submersible or generating so much heat that the hull implodes, killing everyone inside. Body parts are among the rubble rising upward and now lying just a few feet from the Titanic. Very chilling, but yet comforting knowing that the pain or suffering was minimal, and it all...
Now this was 10 days ago this was released, but we know now that there was some small leak, and they knew that something was about to happen.
Unfolds so fast that the nerves aren't fast enough to send signals to the brain for them to feel it. It's basically like a Thanos snap. To put it bluntly, the crew became kinda like a human sauce in the blink of an eye. The anatomy behind this is that it takes time for information like pain to travel through your nerves to the brain and be processed. In the case of pain, it takes approximately 100 milliseconds, that is 99 milliseconds more than the implosion took. The incredible thing is that it takes 13 milliseconds to process visual images, which means they disappeared before realizing what they saw. There were 5 people in the Titan submersible. Suppose they weigh 80 kilos each. That means that there are about 400 kilos of remains that have to go somewhere. So why do they say they won't find them? Well, first we must take into account the heat, because the submersible produces a giant air bubble inside. The pressure compresses that air, and when that happens, it heats up to approximately the temperature of the sun, about 5,000 degrees Celsius. The time of exposure is not enough to melt the remains of metals and other materials, but any living being would be immediately reduced to a paste, being expelled at an extremely high speed, becoming available as food for other living beings. Although it sounds horrible, is where at some point we are all going to end up.
Yeah, chat, it's very unfortunate, and I'm going to play a video again. about the psychology of Rush. I'll play this again.
Saw your horse, but now I'm anywhere. Stared at his arse for 200 miles.
What's the psychology of former Ocean Gate CEO Stockton Rush to actually think that his Titanic submersible was extremely safe when it was clearly extremely dangerous, resulting in an implosion, causing all 5 people on board to sadly perish? First, this is not a formal psychological diagnosis, but it's my opinion based on public resources to help answer the question of what causes someone to become so apparently delusional. Now, let's get started. Richard Stockton Rush III was born in 1962 to a wealthy San Francisco, California family as the youngest of 5 children. His father was a direct descendant of 2 signers of the Declaration of Independence, Richard Stockton and Benjamin Rush. He graduated from Princeton University with a degree in aerospace engineering. He dreamt of becoming a military pilot and astronaut to explore Mars, but his visual acuity disqualified him. So he began working for McDonnell Douglas as a flight test engineer for the F-15 fighter jet project. After graduating with his master's in business from UC Berkeley, he worked as a San Francisco venture capitalist. He had scuba dived some, but seemed more interested in flight than aquatics, and certainly received more formal education and work experience in flight. He got into subs while scuba diving, realizing how miserable it is to be cold and wet, while in a sub you can be warm, cozy, and dry with a hot chocolate. He tried purchasing a sub, but realized quickly that there were fewer than 100 privately owned subs in the whole world. After conducting a marketing study, he found that there was significant demand for underwater tourism. So he co-founded OceanGate with a business partner in 2009 and developed a deepwater submersible using new carbon fiber technology.
This is also made out of glue. That's cheap, that is much more like... It's better than Elmer's glue. It's more thick than Elmer's glue. It's like peanut butter. So it's also made with glue,
which they called Cyclops.
I christened the Cyclops.
What many people don't know is that OceanGate was doing dives with their carbon fiber submersibles in shallower water using many of the off-the-shelf parts for about 8 years before they decided to build Titan to dive all the way down to 4,000 meters or 13,000 feet to tour the Titanic.
It'll go to 4,000 meters, be the deepest diving carbon fiber sub ever built.
Which, as you know, Titan sadly imploded, crushing and vaporizing everyone on board in 2 microseconds. The cause for the implosion is widely considered to be a structural defect due to not being capable of supporting the immense sea pressure at those depths. There's a lot of curious psychology to break down here. Did you catch any of it? First, it seems quite curious that Stockton always seemed more interested in flight than the depths of the ocean. He majored in aerospace at Princeton, dreamt of flying to Mars, and worked in aerospace engineering after college. However, after earning his master's in business and then working in venture capital, he seemed to change his focus from his passion for flight to a passion to...
Latina, back in 1917, the Titanic was built for $7 million. And I think, yeah, it would definitely be way more now. It would be worth more, the steel, yes.
Creating a successful business, and seemed to stumble upon deepwater exploration as a means to do that. However, deepwater exploration is the exact opposite of flight, and engineering-wise, it's completely different with different forces in exploration.
At some point, safety just is pure waste. I mean, if you just want to be safe, don't get out of bed, don't get in your car, don't do anything. Yeah. At some point, you're going to take some risk, and it really is a risk-reward question. I said, I think I can do this just as safely by breaking the rules.
In psychology, this is called knowledge transference, where when a person feels that since they are knowledgeable in one area, they possess the same level of expertise in different or unrelated areas. This seemed to cause him to reach and stay at the top of Mount Stupid in the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is a cognitive bias that those with low ability or knowledge in a particular area tend to overestimate their competence. This seemed to cause Stockton to begin to develop a dangerous hubris and arrogance in the field of deep water exploration. As we discussed, OceanGate successfully created a shallow water submersible with Cyclops.
We are 28 meters deep right now, and we are about 63 meters from the bottom. This is your horizontal thruster, so you'll go left, right.
Using carbon fiber and off-the-shelf parts they got at Camping World and Amazon.
If you look back at the earlier designs of deep diving submersibles, they weren't focused on market opportunities, and that led to designs that were large, bulky, expensive. We want to do to ocean exploration what Hollywood's been able to do with space exploration. We want to explore and see something no one on the planet has ever seen before. A submarine's the way to do it.
His submersible didn't
Exactly, Sarah. That can be used. Yes, in my opinion, it can.
or anything, which gave Stockton false confidence that his carbon fiber, metal, and plexiglass submersible design would also be successful at far deeper depths to tour the Titanic.
When you have different materials, they have different coefficients of expansion and compression, make repeated cycles in depth, of course you're going to work that seal loose.
The second you start doing carbon composite, with each pressure cycle, you can have progressive damage.
In psychology, this is called illusionary correlation. This refers to the tendency to perceive a relationship or correlation between two variables when in reality no such relationship exists, or the relationship is significantly weaker than is perceived. Therefore, Stockton mistakenly assumed that the success of Cyclops could easily be transferred to a much deeper diving sub by basically just making the sub thicker and stronger.
You know, it reminds me of World War II with Hitler, how he was. That's what this kind of reminds me of. And people like that. Like, they just can't see the error in what they're doing. And, you know, people that are crazy like that do those kind of things, like Rush and people like that, it just, when people are insane, it goes with the territory, in my opinion.
Not changing the materials used. Instead of 2-inch thick carbon fiber, make it 5 inches thick.
Joining of the titanium and the carbon fiber. That seal needs to be uniform and small, but not too small. The glue is very thick.
Instead of 3-inch thick
and small, but not too small. The glue is very thick.
The glue is very thick. See, this is them doing the glue.
Uniform and small, but not too small. The glue is very thick.
Instead of 3-inch thick plexiglass, make it...
These windows are 9 inches thick, and if they go, it's sayonara in 2 microseconds.
Plexiglass, 7 inches thick.
Christ, that is bullshit!
Acrylic's great because it squeezes in, and before it cracks or fails, it starts to crackle. And so you get...
You see, it starts to crackle before it fails. Like, it's like you're gonna... What the fuck? Like...
Seconds. Plexiglass, 7 inches thick.
Christ, that is bullshit!
Plexiglass.
Acrylic's great because it squeezes in, and before it cracks or fails, it starts to crackle. And so you get a huge warning if it's going to fail.
He's got no instincts.
You know what's more dangerous than a person not knowing what they're doing? Yeah, a person who doesn't know what they're doing but thinks they do.
I recall the viewport was not rated for that kind of depth. The manufacturer said this in delivering it.
I believe it's pretty much invulnerable.
And that's pretty much what they said about the Titanic.
That's right.
When experts in the deep water exploration
That's right.
industry heard how Stockton was engineering his deep water sub, they began sharply warning him of the real dangers of implosion because they were not only concerned for human life, but they also knew that a catastrophe like what happened would be bad for their industry.
2018 letter. Members of a committee specializing in submersibles expressed unanimous concern about the sub's safety.
A group of submersible engineers urged Rush to seek certification of the Titan by a safety agency. Rush declined, saying that regulation would stifle innovation.
However, Stockton did not listen. But why not listen to the experts in his industry that he was new to? Stockton seemed to think that they were all overreacting and thought they were in-the-box thinkers who were unnecessarily cautious.
When you're trying something outside the box, people inside the box think you're nuts. Same thing when Elon Musk was doing SpaceX.
And he began to identify as an out-of-the-box thinker, similar to the Silicon Valley greats he was surrounded by when he worked in venture capital. In this clip, does Stockton remind you of anyone?
We only have one button, that's it.
Wait a minute, I've seen submersibles, and they are banks of controls, like cockpit after cockpit.
Exactly. And this is to other submersibles what the iPhone was to the BlackBerry. What I want it to be is you walk in, it senses motion, it senses who you say hello, Titan, it senses your voice. It says, Stockton, how deep are we diving today? So we're going to 4,000 meters. The sub is your vehicle to get there. It should be an elevator. It should not be an exercise in buttons and switches and stuff.
Yes, Steve Jobs with his desire for simplicity by thinking outside of the box. However, Stockton didn't seem to take into account that failure in the consumer tech industry is a lot different than failure in the deep ocean submersible industry. There is a big difference between your smartphone crashing and your submersible imploding. The consumer tech industry can take more product risks to streamline and simplify because the outcome is usually not life or death. But why didn't Stockton see the warning signs that his submersible was catastrophically dangerous? This seems to be due to his hubris, delusions of grandeur with narcissism, and apparent greed to make as much money as possible, which blinded him to the possibility that something catastrophic could happen, due to his apparent confirmation bias. In psychology, confirmation bias creates a tendency that influences people to favor information or evidence that confirms their desired beliefs while disregarding or downplaying information or evidence that contradicts their desired beliefs. But here's the thing, when someone has a high level of hubris, they tend to be overly confident in their own beliefs, ideas, or capabilities. This overconfidence can lead to a heightened susceptibility of confirmation bias, as they become less open to considering alternative viewpoints, information, or evidence that contradicts their grandiose desired beliefs. Their combination of hubris and confirmation bias can create what is called a self-reinforcing cycle. For example, they may surround themselves with like-minded individuals, shut out those who disagree with them, and only engage with sources that confirm their beliefs, further reinforcing their sense of superiority and dismissing any dissenting perspectives.
He says that he was sacked for raising safety concerns. He warned that the submersible posed extreme danger to passengers. There was loss of contact with the surface on that voyage as well. There were electrical problems. A bracket that was holding on a stabilization tube was reattached with zip ties.
Stockton apparently wanted to build a big business around touring the Titanic, but the safest way to do that did not allow for it. Why do you think that's the case?
I've heard of something like that, Latina, but I'm not too sure what their symbol is exactly for that. The Twitter competition symbol. That makes sense. I've heard of that, but I'm not too sure what their symbol is. Their competition symbol is. I agree, Sarah. I agree with that too.
The safest way to explore deep water is typically in a 1 or 2 person sized steel sphere, so your capsule is equally compressed from all sides.
P.H. Nargeolet, the veteran deep sea explorer who also perished in the Titan.
How different is the Titan from those other subs?
Completely different. Most of them, you have a sphere.
You need the perfect shape, made of strong, heavy material. A steel sphere. A sphere is still the safest place to be at the bottom of the ocean.
However, from a business perspective, using a small steel sphere was problematic for Stockton because it would never make him very much money. He needed to create a lightweight shuttle to pack as many people in there as possible to make as much money as possible for each expensive trip down to the Titanic. He made a lot more money by getting 3 or 4 paying customers with him instead of just 1. This seems to be why he was set on creating that trash can shaped lightweight carbon fiber submersible.
Squeeze into Titan for each dive and view the wreckage on these monitors.
He was probably also very concerned with costs and wanted to pocket as much money as possible, which seems to be why he cheaped out on parts and controls, such as using a wireless knockoff PlayStation controller.
We run the whole thing with this game controller.
I cannot believe that I vacuumed with the other vacuum and this was left behind.
Come on! Stockton surely continued with his confirmation bias and self-deception for using a game controller to steer the sub, because he probably told himself he's smarter and the rest of the industry was just overly cautious. But from an outsider's perspective, the real reason seems obvious. More button switches, levers, steering apparatuses means what? Yeah, it costs more to engineer and then build that into a custom sub. And in addition to costing more, it takes up more space, causing fewer paying customers to be able to fit into his sub. Therefore, he would make way less money overall. Stockton also seemed to trick his paying customers into doing a lot of the maintenance and prep work, so he didn't have to pay staff to do that work.
Ocean Gate Expeditions offers you the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be a specially trained crew member safely diving to the Titanic wreckage site. You will be trained as a mission specialist and record valuable findings.
They are doing jobs that are essential to the scientific research, not just busy work.
This is not tourism, you're contributing.
For mission specialists not aboard the Titan sub, there's a full calendar of things to do.
Yes, he called his paying customers crew members that are helping with the scientific research to emotionally manipulate them into feeling that their work is mission critical. But in reality, it was clearly his way just to save money.
He's in it for the money, not the science.
This seemed to be a common theme for Stockton. He looked at everything as a cost-saving maneuver to spend the least amount of money building the sub and then operating it while cramming as many people into his sub as possible to make the most money as possible.
Alright, Latina, so I'll tell you I want to get the exact numbers. You have to have a special submarine to go down there, and there are submarines that do that. And basically, a specialized military submarine can go down 1,300 meters, or 4,265 feet. And the Titanic is 12,500 feet. So no, the Titanic, the military submarine cannot go down to the Titanic. Only certain ones. Like, there are certain ones that can, but most of them just go down to 4,000 feet. And then they would implode. So, but the trash can could go down there, of course. That's what, what's his name thought. Some strange noise outside. I don't know what that was. That's kind of what threw me off for a second when I was explaining that to Latina. That's why I kind of... There was some weird noise out there. Anyway.
But it was all at the expense of safety and his own safety. However, his self-deception with his confirmation bias and likely God complex with his apparent delusions of grandeur and narcissism caused him to shut out the critics, leading him to only believe what he wanted to believe.
Carbon fiber is a great material. It's better than titanium.
Normally, we would all just say, Darwinism. Because if a person consistently acts extremely stupid and dangerous, they will surely eventually die. However, he took 4 people with him, one of which was a 19-year-old son of one of the tourists who was originally skeptical of Stockton's sub. The really sad part of all of this is the victims. To be fair, they didn't know much about subs or the real danger of imploding, and they probably really wanted to see the Titanic, so they may have had what is called in psychology motivated reasoning.
And just keep the dream alive. Because it's something that I have to do.
Because Stockton's trash can sub was probably the only realistic way for them to ever see Titanic.
That was hysterical, Latina.
About subs or the real danger of imploding, and they probably really wanted to see the Titanic, so they may have had what is called in psychology motivated reasoning.
And just keep the dream alive. Because it's something that I have to do.
Because Stockton's trash can sub was probably the only realistic way for them to ever see Titanic in person. It's easy for us now, with perfect hindsight and without a burning desire to see the Titanic in person, to criticize those who went with Stockton for not seeing the many red flags. However, if it were your lifelong dream to see the Titanic in person and Stockton was telling you what you wanted to hear, that it will be fine and he does it all the time, no issues, no problems, state-of-the-art sub designed with NASA, and the only reasonable way to ever see Titanic is through him, I think in that situation it's more understandable why they at least considered it. Also, since they had $250,000 to spare. Now in the comments, what do you think sadly failed on Stockton's sub to cause the implosion? Let everyone know in the comments below.
Come join us on our next expedition. Don't miss the opportunity to be part of history. The Ocean Gate Titanic Experience. There's true.
Yeah, we could look at the Mothman thing. I have something interesting about that that's coming out soon, and I will replay the video I made about that in a moment. And Also, I remember, yeah, he's basically on the autism spectrum disorder of saving money. Yeah. The noise didn't bother me. It just, it distracted me when I was trying to talk. I was answering her question. And I heard it, and it kind of threw me off. Like, I was trying to focus on something else, but I'm alright. Alright, so... Let's see. Yeah, so... Yeah, Georgia Peach... She was... out there, one of her friends had a tree cam in the tree. And... it was like 20 feet high, and it caught this image of the Mothman, and I could go in more detail about that. And I'm going to play a video I made already about the Mothman, and I can get more in detail about it. And... Alright. Alright. But no, I do this because it's the righteous cause to explain what's going on with the Mothman. And it's some kind of like a fallen angel or something. And it's things that we should all be aware of. Alright. So I'm going to react to a video that I made. Alright.
Get a new set of tires in just a couple clicks at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Demon aliens. It's funny. So now this thing, yeah, so it's the Mothman, and it's a video I did, and I'm just gonna like react to it again because I have a interesting thing. I'm gonna make a post about the Mothman. Y'all be looking forward to the post I'm gonna make about it because it's from some other. It's like an article I made about the Mothman. All right, but this is a video that I made before. All right. Georgia demon alien sighting. This monster photo was taken just recently from a tree cam in the Georgia woods. Other hunters saw it and were frozen in fear, and other tree cams picked up on it. The tree is 20 feet tall. My friend sent me this from one of their associates. Yeah, so the picture you see, it was taken 20 feet high with a tree cam, and you see it's like 8 feet tall, and it has like a cloak on its head. And a hunter saw it also, and it was caught on many different cameras. Yes, Latina, everything is ready. Everything's ready. Who swears this is real? I believe, in my opinion, it's real. It doesn't look edited or CGI to me, and we believe it is an alien or a demonic creature. I wonder if there are undiscovered mysteries in the forest. This appeared to be over 10 feet tall. Look at those eyes. Just pierces through your soul. Yeah, and also because these trees are really big up there. And, you know, really high up, and you can see its legs and its eyes. And, you know, this is like, you know, Georgia, it's a rural area in Georgia, in the northern part. And, yeah, because there's things like Bigfoot and stuff like that, and it reminded me of some kind of folklore, because I know from the history documentaries about Virginia and the different areas in the United States, there's a lot of these things like so in the fallen angels, they had these offspring, and some of them survived, and there's the fallen angels themselves. We know what the aliens that we talk about here regularly. And the alien we've been talking about recently is Stockton Rush and his failed experiment with his spaceship that failed. But so basically with this thing, you know, it has to do with one of those creatures. And yeah, one of the subscribers, Straight at Lifeform, was telling me about the Mothman. I'll show a picture of the Mothman, another picture of it. Yeah, so that's it. You know, it would fly in the tree, and that's what it is there. What is that on its head? It looks like it's wearing a cloak. Recently, there was an alien sighting in Las Vegas. Yeah, Latina, you know about that. They're making dragons in the Wuhan labs. Y'all heard about that? I could play a video about that next, but there is this dragon. They're making dragons now. They're with gene splicing, and they're having these incubators to make eggs of dragons. I could play that after this. A crash happened, and aliens were walking around people's property. This creature in the photo has similar eyes to what was described to the alien that was seen in Las Vegas. A human couldn't have gotten in that tree. This creature is all hunched over like a werewolf. I think it's alien. Comment your thoughts. Okay, Latina, I don't know if they can't see the pointer. Yeah, but no, you could see the eyes, like, there's the face right there, and there's the two eyes and the two ends. And then there's, like, the cloak over its head. And also its body. But yeah, the eyes are right there. I could see it. But the pointer, yeah, I don't have a way to do that right now. Alright. And this right here, let's see. Yeah, this is the Mothman. This thing right here. See its wings? And this was a creature that was found in, it was in, like, what, it was West Virginia. And I have more information on that in the article I'm going to release. And yeah, Latina, it does look like that because it's a strange humanoid creature. You could see in this depiction of it, it does look like it has bunny ears. It's kind of like a demonic bunny. Because a lot of the angels, they'll look like a combination of a human and an animal, like a lion. You know, Satan's depicted as having, like, goat horns. Well, that's actually Moloch, but still, there's a lot of demons and things that have these horns and stuff, and they look like animals, because God's very creative. And the righteous angels, they're depicted as, it's like an eye with wheels and wheels, and they have, like, lion's heads, so that's why it resembles a bunny or something. But yeah, you could see it. It looks a lot like that. And also, here's another depiction. And it's really high up in a tree. And because the tree cams, you know, it's automatic. Like, people, you can't really, like, it just does it automatically for you because it's like a computer system. And they have them up in the trees, the hunters have them. And it was, you know, middle of the night. And there's things in the Bible like Goliath and the different fallen descendants. And since it flies, it reminds me of some kind of a fallen angel. And this Mothman has been seen in some of the... When bad things happen, these things show up. Like, these things show up when catastrophes occur. And it's very interesting that, you know, this was there, and now they have the smog up there in Tennessee and Georgia, and this thing appeared, you know, around that time. So it's like their angel of death. It's described as like a Grim Reaper. And it looks like a Grim Reaper. This creature is all hunched over and like a werewolf. I'm playing again. And nice, Latina. That sounds good. I'm jealous. And also, over here you have this. So yeah, so this is the Mothman creature. And there's these different. Yeah, this is another one, another good one. Oh, very interesting, Latina. Yeah, definitely, because you see, these things, and I'll show another angel, an angel of the Lord, in another window. Let's see. A biblical angel. Now I'm going to show some biblical looking angels. So the angels don't look like we see from the different depictions, like they don't all look like we see in the Bible. I mean, from like the churches and stuff. So they look kind of like this, and they look like that. The angels, and yeah, the wheels within wheels. And yeah, so here's another one. So this is what the angels are depicted like. You see how that's God on his throne. Well, God the Father. And you see the thing wheels and wheels. And these other angels. And you see how it looks like a human and a bull and a lion. So this is like what the Bible describes the angels looking like. So that's why they look kind of like bunnies and animals and stuff. Because God made them look kind of like animals. Like he made a combination of different things. And this is one of the fallen brethren right here. It looks kind of like one of those things. Or it's a descendant of them. You know what's interesting about the Mothman? Something about the article that I'm going to release soon. It's like, before the bridge collapsed, I think in Ohio, this thing showed up on it. Yeah, that's interesting information, Latina. Thank you for sharing that with us. Right. And yeah, the government experiments. Because they'll take different DNA of things and they mix it together. And yeah. That's creepy, to see. Because the hunters were hunting and they saw that thing and they were like petrified of it. And it's very terrible, these things. And it could be a government experiment. And it has like a cloak over its head. Like the fallen, the wear those cloaks are like Anakin from Star Wars, it reminds me of. Reminds you of that too. Because Anakin was depicted as like a demon person when he became Darth Vader. That's an interesting analogy because he used a lot of biblical things in Star Wars. Yeah. And I'll see about the dragons.
Over the past 6 months,
Yeah, one thing that I'll say about the Mothman, it was seen in different catastrophes in America. It was thought to have been seen when bridges collapsed, when buildings collapsed. You know what that is. This thing was seen flying around.
to show that the world in our ancient past is more strange than we're told. In the book of Job, chapter 41, verses 18 through 21, talking about the Leviathan, an ancient creature that was alive on the earth, The references of it sound very similar to that of a dragon. It says, "His sneezings flash forth light, and his eyes are like the eyelids of the morning. Out of his mouth go burning lights, sparks of fire shoot out. Smoke goes out of his nostrils as from a boiling pot, and burning rushes. His breath kindles coals, and a flame goes out of his mouth." There's also historical accounts of strange creatures in the earth in the ancient past. In 330 BC, Alexander the Great reportedly saw a dragon while invading India.
Yeah, and also about the dragons, St. George, which is Russia, the patron saint of Moscow in London, because they say George a lot. They have a St. George slayed a dragon. On the Russian coat of arms, they have a St. George slaying the dragon. And yes, Latina, that is very interesting that and terrifying that y'all saw that. And thank you for sharing. And I would like to hear more as time goes on.
He described a hissing creature that was living in a cave which the local people worshipped as a god. When his army passed by the cavern, the dragon hissed and snorted furiously, terrifying them all. It was said that the creature was about 100 feet in length, and its eyes were the size of a round Macedonian shield. Flavius Philostratus, the 3rd century historian, provided a very detailed account of dragons as well. He reported in India that there were swarms of enormous dragons. Some inhabited the marshes, while others lived on mountaintops. He reported that the dragons that lived in the marshes were 45 feet long, sluggish in their manner, and had no crests on the top of their heads. Ancient artifacts from around the world show creatures.
Okay, Latina, thank you. And I'll look that up, Latina, thank you. And thank you for coming, and all the links and things that you sent and everything you do. Thank you so much. Oh, not Latina, Sarah. I meant Sarah. Thanks, Sarah, for telling me that. And I think it's certainly... it's definitely my antennas. They need to be replaced. So thank you, Sarah. I'm glad that your participation in the chat, and you could post a link. And thank you for participating and interacting with us. I really appreciate it. And also, I will look that up. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Resemble that of dragons or dinosaurs. These are all civilizations that are said to not have any contact with each other, so strange that these artifacts and resemblances showed up all around the world at around the same time. In the 12th century, in one of Cambodia's largest temple complexes, Angkor Wat, there's a depiction of what looks to be a scaled-type large reptile. In 1944, an enormous cache of ceramic figurines were discovered by a German immigrant, Waldemar Julsrud, in Mexico. The Icas stones of Peru, discovered in the 1960s, also show what look to be large reptile creatures on them. In Utah, the Anasazi Native Americans also drew a petroglyph of what resembles a large reptile-type creature. In the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 9, it says, "So the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him." When the fallen angels were cast to the earth, their manipulation of DNA with humans as well as animals created giants and monsters. We know this from Genesis 6:12, talking about the fallen angels mating with earth women and creating giants. The book of Giants also references this, saying, "They begot giants and monsters. They begot, and behold, all the earth was corrupted." Also, in the book of Enoch, and the book of Enoch and the book of Giants, I view to be historical type texts, not on the same level as scripture, but still could tell us an accurate representation of history. It says in Enoch 7 verses 4 and 5, "And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, to devour one's flesh and drink the blood." This reference here could be talking about the giants devouring these creatures, but when it says that they sinned against them, it could also be referencing what the book of Giants tells us, that they were having sexual relations with them, creating monsters the same way that they created giants with earth women. In the book of Job, chapter 40, 15 through 24, it also references a large creature whose identity is not fully known, named the behemoth, saying he eats grass like an ox, his strength is in his hips, a large type creature whose tail is like a cedar. Ezekiel 29 verse 3 also says, "Speak and say, thus says the Lord God, Behold, I am against you, O Pharaoh king of Egypt, O great monster who lies in the midst of his rivers, who has said, My river is my own, I have made it for myself." Earth's ancient history has lots of references to monsters and strange unknown creatures. The Bible tells us that there's nothing new under the sun, so what happened in the past most likely will be happening again in the future. That's where we get to this story about scientists creating dragon clones in a laboratory in Beijing. A recent video was trending on TikTok showing these images of what looks to be a laboratory with scientists in China holding
This is wild.
dragon-like creatures. It's said that this laboratory is in Beijing and they used CRISPR technology to gene splice these animals and create these dragon clones. CRISPR technology is gene editing and splicing of two animals' genes together to create a hybrid type creature, similar to what the Book of Giants said the fallen angels were doing. The video on TikTok said that these creatures actually started to attack these scientists and that they had a highly venomous bite. Now, while looking more at these pictures and this story, the high likelihood here is that these are AI generated images, but of course you can make up your own mind on that. It doesn't change the fact of what the Bible says of Earth's ancient past and the type of creatures that said existed back then. This article from 2016 says that could scientists create dragons using CRISPR gene editing, talking about how within it, it's not impossible. They could take the genes from a Komodo dragon and find another creature, say something that flies, splice the two together, and create a dragon clone. These types of things are going on now. There's a company called Colossal that's trying to use the old DNA found from a woolly mammoth and bring that creature back to life, and it's said that they will do that within the next few years. An article from 2019 on China Daily says hybrid rice, cloned monkeys, and mythical dragons, talking about CRISPR technology and gene and DNA manipulation that they are using to create these things currently in China. Here's another article from 2019. Chinese scientist who genetically edited babies gets 3 years in prison. I don't think it's a coincidence that in Earth's ancient past in China...
You see, this is what we're talking about with the government-created creatures. And they're doing it in China. Also, Latina. Yeah, Latina, it's good that you don't drink and do that stuff. It's good that you stay sober. And also, amen. And also, you know, that is a very interesting story, and I'm going to read this. I'm going to read what Latina said in chat real quick. And it looked huge and black, like the thing was showing, but I couldn't see a head or an eye. And the eyes looked like winged blob, body huge, even though I wasn't close to it. Yeah, true. And she doesn't drink, use pills or drugs, and never will. And she was driving alone late at night. Maybe it was imagination, but when you think you see something in your peripheral vision and you look and it's usually actually something that you saw move and you didn't imagine it. And I believe, Latina, you saw the Mothman. And under the bridge and flying through the palm trees. Yes. That's very interesting, Sarah, that you brought that up. And, yes, and she was third floor apartment at dusk, was a 5 millimeter inch or so Tuscan insect, winged all over, serpentine body, head was like a reptile, moves. Yeah, there you go. It chat's on fire tonight.
Europe, the Americas, and Australia, dragon stories started popping up all around the world, with civilizations who were said to not have any contact with each other. Even the Chinese calendar has 12 different animals listed. Every single animal is an animal that we know exists: rabbits, tigers, rats, pigs, but they also have a dragon on there. Even the word America means the land of the plumed and feathered serpents. This is a name given by the Indians of Peru. Giant creatures that are said to have once been myth.
Yeah, but the word America was an Italian dude that made globes and stuff. But he's talking about the original people here. They called it the land of dragons and serpents and wings. That really, I'm gonna just replay that because I really butchered that.
Dragon on there. Even the word America means the land of the plumed and feathered serpents. This is a name given by the Indians of Peru. Giant creatures that are said to have once been mythological have been proven to be true. The giant squid is one of these examples. For years it was taught that this is just a mythological creature, something similar to that of the kraken. But in 2002, the giant squid was finally captured alive for the first time, and off the coast of New Zealand they caught juvenile specimens as well. The world is stranger than we're led to believe in many areas. The Bible talks about our strange history and some of these, quote, mythological creatures that once existed in the world. I'll leave in the pinned comment and the description some Bible passages in reference to some of these strange creatures so you can research it and read it for yourself and see what you think about what the Bible says about these strange creatures that once existed in the world. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Hey man, this dude always does good videos. And I see chat. I'm about to show a chat. Alright. So, alien spaceship. Yes, and the homeless never last long underneath there. I wonder if they get eaten by what I saw, or they get spooked by what I saw. There seems to be dark crawl space. Yes, Latina, that easily could be true because we know about dragons and things, and it's something like that. I do believe... Oh, well, actually, I know for a fact, when I was running those ads along, like a couple months ago, I got testimonies from people all over the country that they were seeing these demonic creatures everywhere, these alien things, like what you describe, and also how, remember in Chicago, this dude was telling me he was seeing these, they were like white with black eyes, and they're like ape-looking creatures. And they were doing what you were saying, Latina. Yeah, he was telling me about that. And I remember that, and a lot of other people were saying they saw these strange occurrences, like this one of the subscribers was saying how they saw this goop and it just like dissolved into the ground. Like when I ran those ads, God really used and blessed me that people are seeing these strange things everywhere. With the internet, we're able to expose it more than we were back in the old days. Like, we're able to all be here with this great, marvelous technology we have now. And yes, exactly. And the Holy Spirit and the Mothman Nephilim. Exactly, Sarah. Amen. Exactly. Amen, chat. Amen. Right. It is messed up. You know, Jesus encouraged that we must help those in need, especially those that are poor and needy. Amen. And that Christ, you know, that as Christians we need to help those that are struggling. Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can look at this real quick. This thing I was looking at. Well, I see myself. We're gonna see this other thing I'm gonna read. Ah, there it is. You know, when I was young with my companion, when we used to talk about aliens, I used to call him in the back where I filmed the cats. Some of y'all seen some of the cat videos in that room. I used to talk to him in there and different places. And also, we're going to do earlier streams, like earlier, like at night. I mean, well, I'll still do late time streams. But when I do the other streams, I'll have them in another room. And my friend and I, we used to talk about aliens, and I'm glad that I met him. And God has used me from the knowledge I learned from him to go on here and to continue his work. And I met all of you. I'm very blessed. And I've continued to do the thing and expose these things. I remember one of the people were telling me, reading a comment, it was like, oh God, I can't bring myself to comment with thinking of the person's life and the risk. It was like, what the hell? In the Bible, in the Old Testament, and the Hebrew Scriptures are instructions for things and horrors beyond any man-made weapon. And there's certain acidic chemicals compound of liquids that can turn into gas, like fog. I know that from chemistry and studying science and stuff. Into gas, a gas that was unbreathable, with certain action into the deadly chemical. This chemical that turns people dust. And the person claims, in their opinion, to see it in person. This is a paranormal encounter, without breathing. It's just like surface or exposure. And they feel like they have said more than enough to be understood without helping someone. And it's like a Thanos snap, these things. This gas and these different things, it's like a Thanos snap. And we were just talking about Thanos before. I'm reading an old comment from December. This was from December 12th, when I was running a bunch of ads on YouTube about the fallen angels and the aliens. I made a video about it a long time ago. And that is basically, you know, what this ad had to do with. And they have seen these things, and they have kept it secret. And these demons that will devour people. And the way they looked, they were all white, with pitch black eyes, and nails slender, like cracked hands, with heads of a bat, no taller than 5 feet. And this is what this person was telling me that they saw in Chicago in the suburbs. And the person didn't keep journals. Well, they kept journals of the encounters, rather. And the person praised to God that he was schizophrenic. So this goes with what Latino was telling me about and these people that were saying that they're schizophrenic. But this person praised that they were schizophrenic. And they did a test, and the person wasn't schizophrenic. But even if they said they're schizophrenic, it doesn't mean that what they're saying wasn't true, because people can sometimes see things from other realms, but doesn't mean they're not real, because the spiritual realm is real. And they came back negative, and they have different evidence and things that they saw. And I didn't get the email of the images, but the person says they had the images and things, and also of the black portal and orbs, like I was saying, and they're white monkey-like demons. So this is kind of describing these creatures that the person saw in Chicago. So similar to what we're seeing now with all these paranormal signs that are happening. This is just another example of what happened. And also, they have the black portal and the orbs and monkeys and demons looking creatures, and long, short. And also the person was asking me to accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior. And there's evil out there that's very strong, and it's not funny. And I told him that I am, I have already accepted Christ when I was like 4 years old. Not to my own horn, but that's when I accepted, Christianity as a young child, and I was baptized as an infant. And evil that wants to destroy, and the CIA, Men in Black, the secret government agents, they don't stand a chance because God is with us. And tell me about, and also what Latina's saying, and the person was telling me that the Men in Black and stuff, they kidnapped the homeless, and the immigrants are used that go across the border, in his opinion, which we know it's a fact, but so this is a fact that he saw, and from his research, and he has the photos of it. and there's all these sacrificings and these demonic, satanic things are going on. And he said, God bless me. So this is what a subscriber that I found through an ad. I was doing these ads all over YouTube. And this ad in particular, it got 2,000 clicks. And there's many people that were commenting and talking. So many people all over the United States and English-speaking world saw these ads that I was doing. And the ads for the Planet 10 Nibiru, that one got 5,000 clicks from my ads. So I ran these ads to, minister and do the Lord's work, and also bring more people to the channel. That's where I was getting these big booms with the subscriber numbers. Like it was 100, then 200, and 300, because I kept on running these ads. Then I stopped the ads briefly because I was doing other things, and then I'm going back into it. And also, so the person has witnesses and proofs, and I have not heard from the person since then, but he has the proof and evidence, he says. And I believe him, because this is the same thing that correlates with what Georgia Peach, with Latina, and people from other YouTube channels that cover paranormal sightings. They all correlate with the same thing. That's how you can tell in the scientific method. You test a hypothesis over and over, and they're all coming out with the same results. It's all similar. And I'm thankful the Lord has chose me and blessed me to do this. And so this was a testimony from one of the subscribers from December 12th. Was it explosive? I'm going to read and see if it was explosive. Expensive. Okay, so with the way the ads work, SC Wolverines, is basically like, say if something, you could get somebody to click on an ad for like a couple of cents. Like for 5 cents, 10 cents. Then you could have a budget. Say in a week, or a daily budget of $5 for a week. It will not go past $5. So you could run it for a week for $5, for 3 days for $5. It will not go over that, or maybe a little bit over that. So for 5 cents, 5 cents, 5 cents, 5 cents, 5 cents, 5 cents, people will click on the video. So like with your video, you'll 5 cents, 5 cents, and you could do demographics of different regions and stuff. Now I spent quite a bit on ads. Yes, I've spent quite a bit, but you don't have to spend a lot to get people into your channel or to get people to get subscribers and views. But I just did it over a long period of time, and also for my website that I have, that I do blog websites, sells advertising products. So that's an exception. But basically anybody that's doing discovery ads. So we have ads on YouTube that are like you skip away, like we've been seeing in this video, and ads you see on the side or when you're searching something. So when you're having and I could explain this again, I could write you a comment or something about it. I can make a post about it or a video about it. It's no big deal. I could explain it. But I'll briefly explain how discovery ads is what I used. They click on the video and you get comments and views. And it does not have to be expensive. You do not have to do anything expensive. $5 or $3. This ad that I ran was like $3 a day for like 5 cents or 10 cents a click. And you have to also, sometimes with ads, you have to test them out. Sometimes we not get as much views or clicks as another ad. You just have to test stuff out. And there's also a Google Ads, which is a thing that runs this YouTube, is a subsidiary of Google. And so basically what you do with the Google Ads is that you could target gender, age group, and an income demographic. With discovery ads, I just target everybody. But if someone was going to sell something, you have to be really specific, with the product you're selling. But with the YouTube channel, it depends. You could do it a certain age group, like my age, older, younger, unknown. It just depends. So to answer your question, SC Wolverines, it does not have to be expensive at all. $3 a day or more if you'd like, for 3 days, 5 days, whatever, for like 5 cents a click. You could do the in-stream ads, but I would recommend for YouTube channels starting out, it would be like a discovery ad. Somebody searches up World War III or economy problems and how to survive for the apocalypse or for this or that you do. And then they'll search that as like a keyword, and then they'll see SC Wolverine's video and click on it and subscribe. So that's basically how just briefly sum it up, it can be expensive, but it does not have to be expensive at all. Exactly, Latina. Thank you for sharing that with me, and I agree. See, that's how I grew my channel. You know, and with ABL, being on his channel, going on different live streams and talking to different people. Like Latina, she was on a Trey, an ABL stream. Lady Stella left because she was triggered at chat for disagreeing that because some people thought that the alien sighting was false, and I wanted people to have their freedom of speech and say why they thought it wasn't true. And my old friend was angry at me, and she left. But I'll met her at some other stream, but it's okay. But yeah, I ran the ads. I told you, it was like one day, it was like 100 subscribers, and it went to 200. I was reloading the page. It was like 220, 30, 40. And then it went to 300, and I ran some more ads. And then, you know, it just kept on going up, and it got comments. It was just going up and up. Then I did more shorts. Latino was talking about the shorts. And then I want to go back to the ads. I haven't done the ads lately. But I did some ad recently for the Georgia Peach video. She was telling me about the sighting, not the sighting, she was telling me about the farming thing. That one, I got it over 2,000 views, 2,000 clicks. So, and it got many testimonies from that and subscribers from that. So I ran ads for many different videos. I did multiple video ads in like a week or so, or a different time period, and it was like going like but you do not have to go to those lengths. You could just do one video, $5 a day, or $3 a day for 5 cents or 10 cents. And if some ad doesn't get as much clicks, it's okay, it's normal, you gotta tweak it. It's all good. You know, you just gotta keep trying. Like, I've made a lot of mistakes with a lot of things. You gotta keep on making mistakes until victory comes. But yes, I highly recommend doing YouTube ads. Yeah, Latina, I agree. It's important to have confrontations. It's good to be able to take confrontations. And in the South, I'm from the South, we're used to confrontations, and it's okay. Exactly, Latina, and I agree with everything you said. Alright, drink some water. But yes, I put a lot into the website, into the ads, and different things, but that was just what my passion and desire to do. Yeah, same thing of SC Wolverines. It's like, I understand what you mean. I'll just say that. But yeah, like, even someone that's broke can do it. And SC Wolverines, actually, on the Georgia Peach video, when I was talking about her farm, I put the link to your channel into the description, and I gave you a shout out in one of the video ads that I did. And I put the link to your channel in there. And I know I do that. I like doing that. And, when I was young in high school, I did work with, like, the school, and I had, like, a little different things that I did also, like business stuff. And I was able to do things, and I do things with business with my family and whatnot, and been very blessed. But, yeah, so, like, with money, I like saving money. Like, there's a lot of things people don't need, in my opinion. Like, people don't need to go to the latest movie sometimes. And it's good to save as much as you can. Like, save $1. Save $2 if possible. And it's good to keep saving up. And, like, with phone bills, there's a way to save with that. So there's all kinds of ways to save. And, like, you know, that's what I do. I like saving. And we all like saving, but it takes a certain technique. And I don't know your situation specifically, of course. But that's basically worked for me, or what I did. But yeah, I'd highly recommend the YouTube ads. Yeah, and let's see if I could put this on the screen. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Yeah, speaking of loans, I know a lot about that kind of business, but, you know, anyway. Yeah, and I remember, so further in a testimony, my friend, remember I met him when I was in third and fourth grade, and sometimes him and I would get in fights sometimes. We had our issues, but he told me about the aliens and his father. He was inspired by God, and then he told us about it, and I learned about from the aliens some different things and stuff, and I would talk to him for hours and hours. Like, I would neglect schoolwork in my school and stuff to pursue this aliens, and then, you know, him and he went to college and stuff, and I haven't talked to him in many years, but I'm glad that God gave me you all too, because a lot of my friends like him are not around anymore to talk to, but I'm glad that you know, you all were the succession of that. But I'll still hear from him in the future, but it's been many years. And also, I remember a teacher at school, he would at the end of the class, he would tell me about I told him about the aliens to him, and he showed me these pictures of these things you can only see from space, from the sky, that he took in the mountains. And I'm glad that he showed me that after class. He was a cool teacher. He taught history and civics. Chat's on fire. Latina's fired up. Chat's on fire. Yeah, and Sarah, all the way in Japan, coming across me. You know, that and my friend was concerned. Like, he prayed that I would be okay, and that where I am and all, and that, you know, everything would be all right with me, and I was all right. And God answered his prayer, big time. And I'm still here, and I got this big movement, and I met so many people all over the United States and the world through my ads. I got 2,000, you know, well, I got thousands and thousands of clicks on my videos, okay, but still, on that video in particular, it was 2,000 people, you know, and then 5,000 people on the other one, and then 2,000 the other one. Just, I've been very blessed, and I've given to others into the different causes, you know, for this, and God has blessed me with the gifts, and I gave back to everybody else. And I say this because I use my gifts and talents and what I have to pursue the Lord's work, and I'm glad that I did that. Yeah, my channel isn't monetized yet. You know, I basically, what I do is I use this platform to put out my message and to continue the work. And when I was a kid, YouTube, I was a kid. You know, when I started downstairs, where I talk to ABL on the phone. Now I used to do it outside. Now I do it in the old office. And I go in there, and that's where I call ABL now, and that's where I started my YouTube channel. And it was called Hansel Cat back then. That's my name, Hansel, and Cat. And I changed it throughout the years, and I changed it to Alien Spaceship Sound Effects. So my channel name, it comes from a YouTube video that I released about alien sound effects I made on my computer, and Alien Spaceship Sound Effects was the name of it. And my friend, I released it, and he was the first one to see it, and now it has 30,000 views. And I know that's not like there's ABL in them that have that, you know, in 5 minutes, but it was a big deal for me that video got 30,000 views since I released it in 2017. And I got so many comments from people from those videos. And I remember that, and I named my channel after that soundtrack and with vlog. Because when I took a course on, you know, it's like YouTube videos, a course on doing YouTube, that you got to, like, they were saying to stick to one genre, but I made my thing about multiple genres. That's why the title is longer, so people know it's multiple genres. And the shorts are perfect for that. Right, Latina. And I said, I'm not like the monetization. I have other ways of doing the money and stuff. And plus, I put with my ads with YouTube, you know, I had the power dynamics with me and YouTube are shifted around, because they like that money I give them for running my ads. Money is power. But yes, Latina, I agree. You know, there's other ways to make money, but I like doing this because of what I like to do, and if I get monetized later, that's good. Now, my channel is not really a political channel, ironically, although I talk about politics. It's about the different aliens and the lizards and the different things like that. And basically, I talk about politics with y'all, and I like talking about politics, but it's mainly like about the different conspiracies and stuff. Yeah, but my thing isn't really political. But we talk about it sometimes. Especially with y'all. Y'all are the ones that are around to chat with me in the live streams, because I go live at such an odd time. And yeah, dogs are cute. I like dogs. It is a good tool. And yeah, prayer warriors have results. Amen. Yeah, but SC Wolverines is going to keep his dogs. He's going to keep his animals. You know, he's going to have his dogs, and he's going to do well. Right. You see, money is fine. It's fine to have money. You know, Abraham was he was the Bill Gates of his time. And there's nothing wrong with having money as long as it's used responsibly and correctly. You know, may God bless me as I get older that I don't get greedy. And that's like we see with the Stockton Rush and the submersible and the people there, that the money blinded them and they didn't see what we all could see. Yeah, SC Wolverines, I think it's good for you to do more outdoor stuff. It would help solve people's problems. You know, you could do a how-to video on how to do camping, and you'll still be able to show how people could survive in the wilderness if something happens, and still promote the values, not contradicting your values. But yeah, I do want to see, I like the outdoor videos too. I would like to see more of those, and your other videos are fine as well. Yeah, but my channel isn't really a political channel. It's about like aliens and the conspiracies and the kind of like religion and stuff. But as I said, I think for the 5th time, I talk about politics somewhat. And just my channel, the reason why it wasn't political, I just was more into the alien stuff and the different stories, and my channel is something different than the political stuff. But I still talk about it with all of you. Yeah, exactly. The Ocean Gate has a lot of sad lessons to it. You know, but from mistakes, we could learn a lot. Like Confucius, before China was terrible, Confucius was this Chinese prophet for those people at that time. And he was saying, of like, if you make a mistake, you know, it's not a mistake only if you were to keep repeating it. And from mistake and failure, a lot of good things can come. Like my girlfriend, for instance, that I had in, you know, high school and my senior year and after that. You know, her family was kind of